Mic check. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sir.
We'll let everybody get situated. We're getting a few more things together. We'll start in a minute.
Let me.
Okay. Please.
Breathe. I'm here if you need to talk to me. Listen to me when I tell you this. There's nothing to worry about. Okay? Yeah. I'll be right behind you. Background check. No. Background check. That's basically. You know, there is something like. Because you don't trust people. Yes, I currently have one of your nannies in my enjoy. I was curious if I could get further. Her name's Winterborn. Olivia Winterborn. Oh, then you're very much now. Winterborn is and if I had any further questions about her methods or history, I assure you that Winterborn is I've never had the pleasure of her. Any issues you need, you can do so. Thank you. Have a nice day, and thank you for trusting your family to parent care alike. Sounds like it sounds like a recording to me. Mm-hmm. I don't even something. Who's that? I swear it sounded like a recording. That just didn't seem real. Even after you clean, odors are still trapped in your.
What is the ding dong?
Peace, love, and light to everybody.
Is it plugged in all over?
Peace.
How y'all feeling?
Good.
Good.
Thank you. Peace and love. I'm feeling good.
Peace,
Good.
love, and light, man. Brother Razor, man, what's good?
Good.
Man,
Peace and love. Peace and love. What's good? What's
I'm
good?
getting
What's
the
going
sauce
on?
ready. I'm getting the sauce
What
ready.
up, my brother?
I'm good, man. All is well.
Peace and love to the family. That's right. GC, what's good, my brother? That's right.
Peace, love, and light. Sambo, what's good?
Yes, sir. Man,
What's up, everybody?
that's right. Living. Sir.
You got the piece sticking up.
Yo, Princess J, you ain't yet?
Peace. How's everybody doing?
Peace.
Good. Peace, brother.
Just give me a minute to get in there, Lou. Hey, shut up.
Mars, go get my charger.
I'm starting in about 5 minutes.
About that.
Yeah.
What's cracking? What's cracking?
What up?
Catch up.
Like how me. There's money in the top. Just gotta dip.
Oh.
Man, you better put my damn
To what?
my finger.
Yeah, I got to.
You gotta put it. I have a whip. Whoa.
How do I mute now?
Man, how many?
Dog story. You paying for it. Where you not taking it?
Yo.
Should be right.
All right, y'all, they still coming, so 1 second. Just so y'all know, the doors are locked today, at least for the time being. But as y'all see, we're gonna have a full house.
So am I on? Yes, okay, I'm on. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, hello?
JC trying to get on. He says trying to have a hard time.
You say JC.
Yeah.
He got the password.
Yeah, he should have it. Yeah, he has it.
Tell him all caps, all one word.
All right.
Hey, family.
What's up, Princess J?
How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Good.
Might as well pass me that thing, that stick pickle.
What?
Ooh, what's that noise?
More what? Lemonade? Water.
Someone got their speaker up loud.
This live or recorded?
Okay. Has anything started yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
What's going on, Miss Princess?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, brother.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess let me get my notepad and stuff ready while they're getting ready.
A second, y'all. You still got some people having problems getting in. Second.
Man, what's the plane?
Yeah.
Turn back around. All right, we're gonna get rolling. Stage dance, fast up, singles up there might be interesting. Let's dance around a little bit. What did it? All right. Like I say, today the doors are locked, but as y'all see, we got a full house still. I'm gonna take this sauce off the stove. Now today we're doing things a lot different. It's not an open panel today, so I'll be muting everybody's mic up until the point where we have where we do Q&A. This is gonna be full lecture style, so I'll be sharing my screen and going to work. So I got my work uniform on right now. When you see my hoodie on, I'm working. It's my work uniform. I got a special guest tonight that'll be assisting me today by the name of Princess J. Princess J, where you at? Hold on, let me unmute you. Well, you might need to unmute yourself.
I'm right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Peace and love.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, so this will be a this is not a one-time deal. This is actually a series, and this is part one of that series of the 1099 and UCC Secrets Revealed. I'm going down and starting from the beginning of the initial filings of the UCC, because a lot of this stuff is not going to work if we skip those steps. So I advise everybody to opt in to each part of this series to get all the sauce that they need to become successful in these particular processes. I've been spent a lot of time this past few days, a week or so, gathering up documents and putting together sort of a structure to deliver this information in. And we got a long syllabus. Today we're going to go over the initial filing and all the essential tools needed to operate in a contract. Robert Jarvis, what's good, bro? I see you, man. I see you. You out. You out. You out.
Yeah, I'm a
Let me see. Now, let me tell y'all a real quick story. The reason why, I personally selected. Now I'm gonna be getting calls all day during this lecture. People trying to get in, last minute people. All right, I'm ignoring them. So I did the final call and all the other good stuff. Hopefully they can get through the 1-800 number. So even though I don't really be entertaining, I'm not active in a lot of these groups anymore. I already put in my time and work into them, but I do be watching all the shit that y'all be posting, and some of it be crazy. But I personally been watching Princess J. She been putting some good, accurate information out. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I thought she'll be a good addition to this particular lecture, because she can express and share her personal experience with using these particular methods and processes, alongside with her other skills and areas of experience. And then she can add that female energy to the platform to help balance me out. So that being said, welcome Princess J to the panel.
Hey, everybody. Hey.
Peace, love, and light. Peace, love, and light.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah. So we have of course we have the regulars up in here, but we do have some new faces. For those of you that are not familiar with me, I'm not gonna go down with a resume. I just recommend you doing a little research. You know what I'm saying? Do a little asking around. My work and my resume is all over the place if you look. But I would like to share that I'm not just I don't just focus on the private side. I focus on creating a balance between both worlds. So I do further my education on the public side as well. So my most recent certification is mortgage securitization, with mortgages, auto loans, as well as student loans. What else do I have? Introduction to contract law, introduction to laws in the judicial system. I have certifications from University of London for introduction to common law. I have certification from Yale for American contract law. I have a certification from Harvard for contract law. Certification in business credit, and certification to strategic life coach practitioner. And also in Reiki. I'm waiting on my certificate though. Now, needless to say, I'm with the shits. You know what I'm saying? I put in a lot of work. I go to school every winter. I'm back in school. I'm addicted to certifications. So I'm not just doing shit. That's why I be quiet for a little bit here and there, because I'm working, I'm studying, I'm perfecting different things, and to better expand on my knowledge, so I can better deliver the most accurate information to give us the best levels of success without all the extra shit. You got to know both sides. So it's one thing all these certifications called. These are just my latest few. I have a whole wall full of. The thing about these certifications, it proves two things: that I'm constantly spending time and spending my money to invest into myself to be able to deliver back to you guys. You know what I'm saying? So when people cry about like money and stuff like that, I really don't have any type of sympathy for that, because I'm constantly spending some money on some stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's nonstop. People's like, well, when are you gonna be done? When is it over? It's never over. The learning doesn't stop. Education does not stop. I don't know who the hell told people that. No one document or file is gonna stop you from constantly investing into self. And that's on a mental level, spiritual and physical. So like I said, we'll be the first to tell you that you have to decide, can you keep up with this lifestyle? This is a lifestyle decision. This is not just coming in the door, oh, I'm trying to discharge this mortgage, I'm trying to discharge this car loan. You know, things, when you get to become an expert in certain areas or knowledgeable in certain areas, things do tend to become simple. That's because you organize your life to simplify things. But things are easier said than done. You have to really make a decision and change within your life to really be able to stand on this particular path. Princess J, give them a little background, a little history about you.
Hello, family. Well, first, I've been an entrepreneur. It'll be 16 years next month. I own 10 businesses. I kind of been moving on the private side anyway for some years now. But I got into this thing here just recently. You would think that I've been studying for a long time, but actually I have not. It's more so spiritual led for me. I have my doctorate degree. I am a nurse, but I stopped nursing 16 years ago. I've had a daycare. I do a lot of things. I do business credit. I'm a financial advisor. I own an auto dealership. I move on the private side too as well. But in this thing right here that God gave to me, I say God gave it to me because again, I'm spirit led. And it's just, I just been moving forward and moving around. I give out information like brother said, and I want to see people be free. So that's my thing. And I think that you should understand the reason of why. That's the most important thing for me is, why are you doing it? Why are you in this thing? Why is it for selfish reasons? Because if it's for selfish reasons, you're not going to make it.
Absolutely. And yeah, selfish meaning you're just doing it for yourself. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing this just for our own, just for the sake of bragging rights and stuff like that. And, in our individual capacity, we don't have time to brag. I know I don't, because I know it don't matter what level of success I'm at. A lot of people will settle with where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I have all the things, material and as far as the money wise and stuff like that, business wise, where people are like, are you good? You straight? I'm not nowhere near straight for me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so much I have to do to secure, my family and my bloodline. So it's a lot of consistent work I don't even see it ever being over, to be honest with you. But I want to make sure I get at least to the point where it's time to pass on the torch to, my kids. They can hold that torch and keep the legacy evolving. All right, so we're gonna get into it. Check out the syllabus. All right, so we're gonna start with essential tools. Don't laugh, but this is important. I decided I'm not skipping nothing, whether it's seems small or not. And to be honest with you, the small things are as important, sometimes more important than the big things. So, essential tools. Ink pens. You got your black pen, you got your red pen, you got your blue pens. And also you should order a pair of gold and silver and purple when you start to reflect royalty on your documents, on particular documents. Notary stamps, preferably 2, in different names. I recommend going to a state where you can bypass this Social Security part and driver's license. 2 states that I know you can do that is Indiana and Iowa. Do not give them a social. Do not give them a driver's license. When they ask for driver's license, you give them your international driver's license number or your international driving permit number, which should be the same. Social Security number, you will give them the 98 number of your trust. All right, so now you become a notary that's outside the jurisdiction of any state. You should have at least one other member in the household that has a notary. This is going to make your administrative processes 1,000,000 times easier and cheaper because the notary stamps do get expensive. All right. Thirdly, we have a let me see here. Legal. You need legal bond paper. Legal bond paper. This is legal parchment bond paper. As well as I'm going to show you guys where you can get it on Amazon. And then you're going to need security paper. This is the paper that you print your particular bonds on. When this is just like your birth certificate. When you try to make a copy of it, and then it automatically shows that it's a copy. So it's like a security feature, so people can't duplicate authentic documents like birth certificates and things of that nature. So you're gonna need these. You're gonna need that exact type paper when we create these securities, right? When we're creating securities in these bonds, you're gonna need this. You're gonna need where is it at? You're gonna need envelopes, small and large. You're gonna need label paper with your company labels, trust labels, whatever that is. We gotta be professional. Being a secure party is knowing how to operate a business on a professional level. These are the things that they respect. You're gonna need to get your stamp game up. You can get your hard copies. These are the basics. It comes with the copy, original, urgent, cancel. I put cancel on all because I got another debt today. Canceled, send it back, Now, we're going to go into the digital stamps I have available on the Hellraiser Legacy. These are very important, and I'm going to show you how to actually put them on the documents using Photoshop. For those that don't have Photoshop, you can obtain a free copy inside the Hellraiser Legacy too. 1 second. Registered mail stamps. Very, 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 very important. Certified mail. Your return receipt. Very, 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 very important. We're gonna do a whole lecture on this money right here. This is money. But like I say, I'm not skipping nothing. I'm not skipping nothing no more. We're going out through all the basics, every step. Getting all our materials together. Where I'm at. Now, might get some issues getting these registered mail stamps. So what you do is, when you go to the post office, you let them know that you're administrator. You have an administration company, and you send out a lot of securities and bonds and stuff like that. And you need these for your clients. So either they're gonna give them to you or they're not. You know what I'm saying? If you go to one office, they don't give it to you, go to the next. We don't sit up and argue all day and start spitting law. You can do that if you want to. I don't got time for all that. I just go to the next one. time is a key factor. I'm gonna stress time a lot. We can't be wasting time with petty arguments.
That's right.
What else we got? All right, let's go to the digital stamps. I'm gonna share my screen. Can everybody see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the Hellraiser Legacy. Let's type in stamps. All right, so legal notice stamps. Click on that. Let's go to it. All right, let me pull out one of my favorite stamps right here. Oh, this one right here. Very, 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 very important. Very dangerous. This is in dog Latin. This takes everything into the international side of things. You know, they this is what you use. See, it's one thing to have the tools, but it's another thing to have to know when to use the tools.
Right.
So we're not. It's not in our best interest to wait until things get bad. You know what I'm saying? Wait. It's like a lot of times we were aware of a lot of different things. You were aware of a certain contract. You're aware of a certain debt or a certain liability, and we wait to the very end, to the point they start talking about court, lawsuits, levy and stuff like that. We're the best.
You need to go on his Facebook page.
Hold on,
Go on his Facebook page.
All right. So the best to consider yourself a good contractor or secure party creditor, you are trained to know when and where to apply. You know what I'm saying? So the objective is to eliminate immediately. You know what I'm saying? So if I get a notice in the mail, today about so-and-so, now this it depends on the notice. If this is something that this is related to a contract that absolutely has nothing to do with me, you know what I'm saying? Unless I accept the liability of it, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going straight to my office, and I'm slapping this stamp right here that you see on there, and I'm dumping it into the mailbox. I'm not taking it to the post office because the mailbox is actually a court. So we're gonna drop this back in the court when we dump that to the four corners of the court. We drop it right back in the mailbox, send back. So that eliminates that's like an interception in contracting. Okay. And keep in mind again, I'm not telling y'all shit I'm pulling out my ass. I have many areas of education in contracting. Let me see. You got your final notices, your private and confidential. All right, let's pull one of these stamps out. Let's use the one I just did. And say, I hope this thing don't give me a problem downloading. So, all right, cool. So we download that. They're all PNG files, which means it has a transparent background. So let's say you get a notice in the mail, blah, blah, blah. We're gonna go over to Photoshop. We gotta have our tools on deck. You gotta know how to use these tools. It's the only way you're gonna survive out here. If you wonder what contractors law is, that's my law firm. Especially when I'm dealing with the credit bureaus, because they don't like to see law firm head letters with law firm head letters. We gotta learn how to create our own. But we'll get into that later. So let's open up our stamp. Blow it up using Apple and Plus. The selection tool is right here to the left. We got different windows here, different windows. So we're gonna pull the window with the label. We're gonna separate it. Now we're gonna pick a letter real quick. Registration. See what pulls up. Let's say, for instance, let's pretend like that was a debt. Kind of drop that window in there. Fucking shit freezing up. Okay, drop that in there. We go back to the other window with the stamp. What the hell is it? Let's go, I'm gonna reopen it. All right, go back to the stamp, open it up. We're gonna take it and drop it right on the document. Just like that. Now, once it drops, you're gonna see it's real small. So we're gonna select that stamp by identifying it on the right hand side with these layers. So each of these different layers, there goes a stamp right there. So I'm gonna label this stamp so I can identify it. And then I'm going to Control T to transform, hold Shift, hold the angle, and just stretch it out. Then I like to put everything on a diagonal like that. Boom. And hit the selection tool, apply, and I'll go right out to print, and I'll print it. Boom. Then now we're sending that out. Now for actual deck, let me be clear. I wouldn't use this particular stamp on the actual offer. That is, that's what you use for the actual the envelope. And the whole point is to don't open the envelope and then send it, because now that shows proof that you actually opened the contract. So that's an act of receiving or accepting. So you're showing the proof and evidence that it still has the original seal, unbroken, and you're gonna send it back. Unless you got a clever way of opening it to the point it can't be identified as open, then you send it back. I've done that a couple of times, but it depends on how the envelope is. Sometimes I just want to see what the hell it is.
Can I say something, Hale? Can I say something real quick? Mm-hmm. That's just, and also, I mean, even if you can't get that stamp or whatever, you can also just put on the envelope itself in red, return to sender, you know, do not consent. You can also put that on the outside of the envelope too as well, and do it like that, and then put it back in, same way he just said too as well. Put it in the, just mail it back to him. Just put it in the blue thing to mail it back off, return to sender.
Yep.
But not contract.
Yep.
You can do that as well too.
Yep. I'm just telling y'all what my favorite to go stamps are for particular thing. But don't get so caught up in, you know, specifically necessarily, because it's all saying the same thing technically. You know, we got just like this one right here. I like this one right here when it comes. This is something I would use on the actual contract itself. I do not accept this the liability of the compelled benefit of the unrevealed contract or commercial agreement. Further, I'm not a U.S. citizen or 14th Amendment citizen. I'm not a citizen of the Republic of Illinois, and I reject any attempt of expatriation. So I use this a lot too. And that's pretty much, you find your go-tos, and you set up your system and you just do it. This administrative process. It's real simple, but you got to have the tools already on deck to go, because when you up under duress and stress and stuff like that, you got to try to figure out it and find the stamps and then figure out Photoshop and whatever you're going to use to do this, unless you, of course, spend the money and just get the damn stamps made, but that shit will be expensive. I got a lot of stamps. So like I say, it's more cost effective, easy to me because I got experience with graphic design. So it's nothing for me to slap some shit on there, print it out, and that's it. All right, what's next? Let's go to all right, let's go to Amazon real quick. All right, so this is the parchment paper. I was telling you about the legal parchment paper. This is what we use to create our bonds. You know, get an organizer as well, color coded, so you know where your shit is at when you need it. Organization, another key factor of being a successful contractor. So the parchment paper is the paper that is used to make, oh shit. To make the silver bonds or whatever bonds you want to make. But you know, I prefer silver bonds.
Bro, is that the 32?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
What, the 21 pieces of silver. So, but we don't get into the bonds today, but this is the paper that's used. You need that. Because when it gets to the point of we're gonna go into correcting the contract to eliminate the liability of the debts, using the UCC, using the 1099, but also when we go to sending these things over to the Treasury or the Secretary of Treasury, it's always good to attach some sort of bond to it. You know what I'm saying? The choice is yours on which one you choose, but my selection is always going to be the silver bond, because when you present a silver bond, that's an instrument that reflects equity. It's not a debt instrument. I prefer not to play the debt for debt game, you know, transferring debt notes in exchange for debt notes and all other shit. All right, so now the other one is the security paper I was telling you about. I just showed y'all earlier. Security paper you want is this one right here. As you can see, it says void on it, so that's when you know when you hold it up to the light, it's gonna have security features, and if somebody tries to copy it, that void stuff is gonna appear on it. Oh, also need to order some checks. Also, any bank account you ever have in life, even you always wanna order checks for every account, and always keep the checks even if they so-called close the account. Trust me, they come in handy later. All right, so now that we know some of the most essential items to have before starting, now let's move forward to the initial filing. Now this is up for argument and debate, but this is something that I'm not gonna do right now. Because from what I've seen, most people don't even know why the hell they file the UCCs. So you can debate anything. All right, so the first thing you're gonna do before even going to file the UCC is, let me pull up the, you need to have these first initial documents. We're gonna get to all that in a second, hold on. Okay, need to have these initial documents here. All right, as y'all can see, my birth certificate is old fat. This is the original. This is authenticated, that's why it's bent right there.
That's an old school right there.
Oh yeah, that's the film paper. You dig? You know, has all the good and all the information we need on that. All right, so man, I don't know what the percent level is of how many people I see do this wrong. Now, there's many ways to file a UCC. what people need to understand is there's not necessarily an argument of what process or what filing is right or wrong. That's not necessarily the case. Now, some people are just filing shit wrong. But in general, you need to understand the purpose. What is your intent on that particular filing? And a lot of times it becomes wrong because their intent doesn't match the way they file. That's the only thing I'm going to say about that. Their intent doesn't match why they filed why they filed the way they filed. It contradicts it. All right, so before we even look at a UCC, filing a UCC-1, we need to have these documents in place first. Now, as you can see, I have the Declaration of Independence. And I sign right here. This is my signature right here. This is what you're gonna do though. This is where you're gonna get your Declaration of Independence. And the reason why we're getting it, we're gonna, first of all, you're gonna order a certified copy of the Declaration of Independence right here. You're gonna go to the National Archives. And this is any document you're trying to get authenticated that's government based or from the United States, whatever. So you're gonna just type in Declaration of Independence. You're gonna say view transcript. You're gonna view it. Where is it at? Go back. Okay, Declaration of Independence. See if it pops up. All right, so it pops up right here. Blah, 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 blah. So now you're viewing the actual text that the document holds. All right, now you're gonna order a certified copy of that. So it's gonna come in the mail with a pretty nice ribbon and stuff like that. But also you can download a high res image like we have right here. So I go to download image. Let's open it up, see how it looks. Now, as you can see, this is bogus, right? But it's authentic copy, high-res copy of the Declaration. Now, you could do some image correction and stuff like that through Photoshop. That's what I did with mine to bring out, to clarify the words and stuff like that. So this is what you will use to just to have if you need to get it filed. But I recommend going ahead and ordering a certified copy of it, and then making true copies of that, and then signing that copy. That's gonna look 1,000 times more authentic. And then once you get done with that, we're gonna attach that to the other documents that we need to file on the county record before the UCC filing. Now, I shouldn't have. You know what? I told myself I'm not gonna pretend or act like everybody is automatically catching on what I'm saying. I think 1 + 1 = 2 a lot. But sometimes you still got to explain shit. The reason why we're signing the Declaration of Independence because you never declared your independence. You just assumed that when the United States declared it, along with the few people that signed it, it applied to you. That's that U.S. citizen mind frame. That don't apply. Nothing apply to you if you don't accept it or you adopt it as being your own. And the best way to adopt it within the corporation United States is it has to reflect on the record. If it's not disputed within 30 days, what is that? Law. Okay. So now that can be used. So that's the whole point of that. What you say, sis?
No, I said that's when it's perfected.
Yep, that's when it's perfected. Mm-hmm. Now, knowing that, I want you, because I think that's the only one I'm going to get into today. But knowing that, you guys sit back and think of all the other documents that we may need to order certified copies of and adopt for ourselves, so they can actually apply. So we can stop arguing why they doing this and why they doing that, because we assume that we have these rights and but we don't. And this goes the same with the Constitution. This goes the same with the Bill of Rights. This goes the same with the peace treaty of Treaty of Peace and Friendship. We're claiming these things, but we haven't adopted it. We haven't probably adopted these documents to be our own. Bill of Rights right here. These are documents that I personally recommend you filing with your initial UCC filing. You can do what you want to do, but hey, whatever. Let me see here. We got to stop assuming stuff. The only way we can guarantee that what applies to us and what don't, if we put that stuff on the record and we sign off on it. These are the documents and contracts we were supposed to be signing off on. I bet they ain't asked you to sign this shit.
And bro, they can go to the under the Library of Congress. You can also go on the Library of Congress and get it too off of there.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah, the Library of Congress is actually everybody needs to obtain the Library of Congress card. Researcher's card is called. Actually, I got it, and it's easier said. You guys actually have to go to Washington for that particular card. I will be going there to get my shit because there's some stuff I need out of there. So those are expenses that had to be implemented to your budget and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Stuff, but that's a knowledge base right there. But it's funny how you can't do that. You can fill out the application online partially, but you got to go there in person to sign off on that shit and get the documents. But if you ask me, is it worth it? Hell the fuck yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Now, also, you need to order a classic Declaration of Independence that's inside the scroll right here. You can get I looked up and found this from a collector on Amazon, to be honest. I don't even think you can really find them on there. But if you can find one of these and hold these in your hand, that'd be great. All right, next is this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show you one of the few other documents. All right, so the Declaration of Ownership of Certificate of Title. This is the title. This is the certificate that you create that needs to be notarized, that needs to go on top of the authenticated birth certificate. So that declares your ownership of the title. The next thing is, okay, we're gonna get into this. I'm gonna skip some of these and come back. All right. Now, this is very important. All right, so for the record, I'm not giving anybody to call me my government name or slave name, but I'm trying to show y'all instead of telling y'all on how stuff needs to go. I think we're more visual people. So I'm showing you my actual filings. So now, this is one of many. So you have the trademark notice, the copyright, the power of attorney, hold harmless indemnity agreement, security agreement, and I think that's it. Am I missing one, sis? That's fine.
You got a power and attorney in fact of. Hear me?
1, 2, huh?
The power of attorney in fact of.
Yeah. I said that.
Oh, you said it? Okay.
The power of attorney, trademark, security agreement, hold harmless indemnity agreement, copyright, common law copyright notice, and yeah. Now, okay, so I'm only going to show you one because all these documents can be found on the Hellraiser Legacy or in the Redemption Manual, which is also in the Hellraiser Legacy, or in this, forgot the other one. Cracking the Code, which is also in the Hellraiser Legacy. I'm going to show you this one because all this stuff is pretty much not copy and paste, but just basic word entry and editing. So once you get these documents done, we're putting your information in it. You're gonna, of course, get these notarized, and this is what once you get it notarized, this is when all these documents are gonna be notarized. Now, you're gonna go to the county in which you live in to file these on the county record. Now, if you have problems filing, there is an affidavit you can bring to the court that pretty much shows them the law on showing how they have to file affidavits if presented to them and things like that. If they some counties are just have roadblocks, they just will not do what they're supposed to do, and it will break the law. I wouldn't say go back and forth and waste a lot of time and negative energy. Just go to the next adjacent county where you live at and file the shit and get it over with.
That's what I'm saying. Go to the next county. Don't argue. If they don't file it, just go to the next county over. And as long as it get filed and documented, and make sure that it's filed under the book of deeds.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a cover letter for it, or what order they go in?
Well, this the thing. Depending on the county, they're gonna require a cover letter, and if they require a cover letter, you're gonna the face of that cover letter should be declaration of ownership, and then everything else will fall up under there. All other types. So because they're gonna file your documents in one or two ways. When you go there, they're gonna either, and I will say this too, they're either gonna file it in the deeds or they're gonna file it up under miscellaneous. If they say they gotta file it up under miscellaneous, they put an F on that motherfucker because that F is for foreign. Just let them do the shit. At the end of the day, as long as the shit hit the fucking record. All right. Now, two ways they're gonna try to file this. Now, in this example that I'm showing you for Lake County, this was one of the top documents. So this is the document that actually has the number, the main number, and notice they got a number 26 right there. So this is the file number, and this is page 26 of the entire filing. So this is how you identify the record. So now depending on the county, they may separate it. Now one document that they're definitely going to separate is the power of attorney. The power of attorney need to be filed separately. Now you're going to file your power of attorney separate, and then you're going to file everything else in a certain order. You can put whatever order you want, but I recommend at least starting off with your declaration of ownership, the authenticated birth certificate, and then up under there will fall your trademark notice, your whole harmless indemnity, copyright notice, security agreement. Boom. And then you file your power of attorney. So you got two separate filings there. Now, once you get that done, I'll take that back. Before you file, you're gonna go into the same recorder of deeds, and then you're gonna get a certification for the filing. Wait. No. A certification for the certification for the notary. Where is that at?
Right. You're gonna go to the clerk. Well, to the person, and you're gonna ask her to give you a certificate of notary.
Here you go, right here.
Certificate of notary of
So
office. Yeah.
they might call it something different.
Yeah.
This in Lake County, they call it certificate of office. So this is certificate of office for the notary that sealed my documents right here.
So that way they know that your notary is in good standing. So.
Mm-hmm. They just add extra validity to our documents and stuff like that.
Right.
So we have it notarized. We got a certificate of office. So that means that we have, let's say, 6, 7, 8 documents to file. That means we need 8 certificates of office because we should have 8 notary signatures for the most part. Now, once we get that, and once we file everything, we're gonna take it a step further. So we made the deposit, which is the recording. Now we need a certified copy of that filing. This stands as a certified copy. So they're gonna give you everything you just filed, along with now when they give it back to you, this is gonna be on top. You dig? So this is at the top, and then the certificate of office is on the back of each document, and that's how your documents should be laid. Now once all this is done, now we're going into the UCC. But let me talk about some other documents that you can apply to add extra weight to your initial filing. But those are the mandatory. All right.
Hey, is this all on your website as well?
90% of everything I'm talking about is in the website, if not more. And whatever you can't find, just inbox me on the network and I'll just upload it. But 90 to 95% of this stuff is already on. No, not this one. All right, so another good financial pieces. Oh, my bad. Shout out to our sponsors, Trade Capital. You need your business, trust, and business set up. www.tradecapital.world. Also, our sponsors, the Foreign Travel Administration. Those need IDs. Y'all better take advantage of those two for one specials right now. All right, now let me see. Okay, let's go back to. All right, so we have the pre-1933 American National of the United States of America Declaration of Mistake and Restoration of Former Status. Restoration of former standing from being a public United States citizen, a federally owned U.S. citizen as of March 9, 1993, and taxpayer/bondman put to tribute as of September 8, 1936, to become once again a private, edit this is unedited, take that citizen word out, a private American, I think I put a private American national of the United States. I revised that, but be careful with that word citizen. Up under section 1 of 14th Amendment Constitution, blah, blah, blah. Now, all this is doing, this is reclaiming the original status before they changed the shit. Bringing us back into equity, back into the covenant. I'm not gonna read all this stuff, but this is available in the Hellraiser Legacy as well. I recommend adding that. I recommend adding, not the injunction. What else? There's a declaration that's good for a lot of stuff. It's called Declaration of First-Hand Knowledge. Let's see. Oh, you need to put in an affidavit or declaration of life as well. This one is not so great, but this is something that Tex Mason put up. I like the one that I actually have, but I don't have a PDF copy of that yet. And also Ecclesiastic Deed Poll. Now I'm gonna show y'all. Remember, the whole objective with the whole point of the initial filing is to create separation between the straw man and the living man and living woman, and to create separation between the debtor and the creditor as it reflects to that particular name. So that's why I say people's intent to file in UCC1 contradicts themselves by the way they filed it, because they'll put on the first line, the creditor is John Doe, and then, or the debtor is John Doe, and then the creditor is John L. Bay II or some shit. That shit is cool, but that's private. Your other appellations and stuff like that, whatever, you can create as many as you want. That stuff is private. That stuff is supposed to be filed through the non-UCC.
Right.
But we get to the non-UCC later. The first initial filing's purpose is to create separation of the initial entity, which is your name in all caps that's on the damn birth certificate. Put it exactly like it is on the birth certificate. All right, now let me show y'all a proof of life that I recommend. Now remember what they did when we was born, right? To create the contract. Remember they stamped the baby's feet, right? They took the baby off the land, right? So what we have to do is put our shit back on the land. So that's where the fucking that's where the blue feet come in at. Let me find my blue feet. We have to put ourselves back on the land and show reflection of life. Let them know we're alive and well. I had so much damn paperwork. All right, I'll pull that out. Ultimately, what you're gonna do is you're gonna ink your feet up. Get an ink pad, ink your feet up, put it on the floor, you stamp on it, you step on it. You're gonna initial next to it. You're gonna sign it, and this is where your gold ink comes into place. I'm gonna show y'all though. I'm gonna show y'all this before we get done when I find it. All right, so once we get done with these initial documents, we're ready to go file the UCC. Oh, no, we're not. Before we file anything, we need to correct our address.
Right. You get off the jurisdiction.
Yes. So the address, we need to do a legal address change with the post office. So the creditor needs to have a third-party mail receiver. I use the UPS store. I have multiple addresses, but my main one is the UPS store. It costs more, but it makes sense when you're talking about contracting as far as being a main address, because you always got somebody to receive mail on your behalf and it's signing on for you, and it's secure. Now the second option is iPostal One. It's cheaper, starting off at $9.99 a month, but just know there's limitations, but that is an option. But like I said, I recommend the UPS store. So let's say we chose an address here. Let's say view locations. We chose an address here. And we pick Arizona. Let's pick, all right, here go the address, boom. All right, I'm gonna choose this, pick this real quick. Get an address, bow. Now that becomes your address, period. That means whatever address you have from the place you live don't exist to you no more. You know what I'm saying? She gets to the point where honestly, it's hard for me to remember my address. I don't even remember my address. It's like, because I don't give it out. You know what I'm saying? Like if you think about it, the address is actually a very it's a very insecure method of identity, because if like I say, people can run your plates, find out where you live at. You know what I'm saying? If they got proper resources. If you lose your purse, you lose your wallet. Your address is on your IDs. They go right to your house. Things like that. So it has to become to the point where if you lose your ID or whatever, you got your license, they can never run nothing to you. Nothing can ever get back to your front door. Nothing should ever be able. Yeah, do not disturb. Nothing should ever be able to get to your front door with ease. If somebody get to my front door, somebody specifically told them. I only fuck with a few people. So it's like it should be like that. That your address, your sanctuary is private.
That's right.
That's private. That's private information. So when we conducting business in the public, we use the third party addresses. So this is why we invest into these other addresses. So once you get your address, now you're going to go to the post office, and it's a form you're going to fill out. I forgot the name of the form, but it's basically giving them the right to accept mail on your behalf, the third-party receiver address. And basically, you're going to update them and let them know that this is my, so you got that form that you got to give them permission to receive mail on your behalf, but you're going to do an actual full legal address change, meaning that any mail that's coming from any previous address or current residential address is going to automatically be routed to your new third-party commercial address where you conduct your business and do your contract. So once all that's solidified, now that is the predominant address for the secure party. And the address for the debtor will be the address where the debtor was born in, which the hospital address.
Hospital.
All right. So now we got final thing is your phone number, because the phone number is directly attached to that address as well. So if you have these contracts like Sprint, where you actually own like a contract, where they register your address, stuff like that, you got to take all, because remember the phone number, the address, and your email, these public email addresses is what they use to contract with you. So where they try to communicate with you to give you offers. You see what I mean? So if you cut the communication, that's cutting the umbilical cord for them to be able to contact you directly. So you putting yourself in a position as the typical lawyer or government official. So we can't contact these guys directly. It's always they're doing business as, even though it might be their same name. They're doing you're contacting the contractor with the DBA. If you really want to penetrate, you have to find a way to attack that particular person in their private capacity. All right. So now we got all that stuff correct. Now we're ready to do a UCC1. You know what I'm saying? Now we're ready to do a UCC1. So now we do the UCC1. Now this is up for debate and argument, but I will not debate or argue. The initial filing is done in Washington State. The initial filing is done in Washington State. Now, if this is done correctly, there should be no denials. Should be it's no such thing as not then. You got people that be like, oh, I'm still waiting for my confirmation. Confirmation? You get the confirmation as soon as you get done filing it.
Right then.
I'm trying to understand. So, damn, I need to find my copy. Hold on. Let me pull it up. All right, look, when you do the initial file, let me pull up an actual UCC1.
Bro, you gonna explain to them why you say Washington State, that it should be done in Washington State? Because some people on here that don't understand or know why. So would you explain to them why it would be Washington State?
It's two different reasons. For one, Washington is like the center. That's like your national filing center. Washington is significant for a lot of different reasons, but initially, in short, that's your national filing center, and there is no such thing as denials or rejections if it's done correctly. So that's not to say that now, because of that, it's like if it's not broke, don't fix it. Because of that, I don't recommend even putting it out there, because it's going to have different results. Now, you can do your initial filing in the state that you was born, but what if you're in a state like Illinois or in a state like Indiana, where they're going to reject your ass every time?
Right, Georgia too.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So why not just file the shit in Washington, get it over with, and the only thing we have to do now is to give notice to the state that we were born and the state that we live in. Because once it's public record, we're good. It's just like when we're dealing with these counties. One of them has a block, one of them got gatekeepers trying to stop us from filing, we go to the adjacent. And then we have regional states. So like if I'm Illinois, Indiana, and I'm getting blocked there, if I need to file something, I go to my regional state. My regional state is Iowa. So you guys need to identify what would be your regional. But that's only if you're trying to actually make a file directly through them. I'm gonna show y'all a way to eliminate those issues as well. if they're blocking the UCC by filing the way you order a certified copy of the initial filing from Washington State. So long story short, it's national filing, and there is no rejections if everything is done correctly. And then you constantly can go back and use them as a tool, as a third hand, to give notice to other third parties that you're trying to contract with or correct contracts with in conjunction with discharging debt. But I know like places like I think Florida, they're not giving people no problem. And maybe
Texas,
it's
Florida, not Texas, not. They're not. None of them not. I've done Florida. I've done Texas. Texas is real simple and easy.
Now that's only pertaining to what we're doing right here.
Yeah.
On a contract by contract basis, like we dealing with, like if I got a certain debt issue in Illinois, I'll probably do it. But I'm so used to doing Washington, I don't even deal with Illinois. You know what I'm saying? I'll just send notice to Illinois. You know what I'm saying? But on a contract by contract basis, you can just deal directly within that state, and you won't have any problems because basically the roadblock is this. What most of the states are trying to do, they're reject. If everything is correct with your file, they're still rejecting it because they're trying to say that the debtor's name and the secured party's name can't be the same. That's the problem. So we were trying other alternative methods like adding another secondary debtor and stuff like that, but that stuff's not even necessary when I show y'all how to use this UCC form. This UCC is a multiple use contracting tool. You know what I'm saying? It has a multitude of different uses, not just one. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to avoid issues and failures. So, like I say,
save you money too and time.
Exactly. Time is again one of the biggest factors. All right, so now they're gonna, of course, when you're going through the portal, you're not actually filling out the form like this. So be careful in this first box where it says name and contact of filer, which they also say is optional. See, so let's say for instance, all right, so I'm in Illinois, so and I know Illinois is gonna reject me. I need to know this stuff before I go in. So I know Illinois is gonna reject me, but just to put icing on the cake, I know I'm still gonna do an informational filing through my regional state, which is Iowa, and I'm also gonna use the UCC one through the Washington State to send acknowledgement to Illinois Division of the Uniform Commercial Code. So this stuff, we automatically assume that this box is referring to us. This box has nothing to do with us. It does us no justice. This box is for the entity that we're giving notice to. We don't want to send acknowledgement to yourself does you no justice. So in this example, I will put the Secretary of State, Jesse White, or whoever's up under the Uniform Commercial Code Division. I'll put their name there. I'll put their email if I could pull it off the website, or contact information, and I'll put their address there. So once I get done completing this filing and they mail it off, they're gonna send it to them. So now it's coming from state to state instead of me in my individual capacity trying to send them a notice or trying to file some shit I know they're gonna reject. Now it's gonna be a record of Washington State sending acknowledgement to Illinois State. They can't get around that. There's a record now. You know what I'm saying? So now moving on, I hope y'all really get. So you think I gotta over-explain box? Box one is very fucking important. But I'm hoping everybody catching on how powerful box.
But you have to understand though, bro. Right now, like it's people that's on here that really don't know nothing. You understand what I'm saying? It's people that's on here that don't understand anything because they're new, so they don't understand. So you have to go through there and just explain it all. If you're gonna explain it all to them because they don't know. Some don't know or understand why either. So you have to let them know why.
All right. So let me give another example. Let's talk about something everybody want to talk about. If this was the debt that I'm looking at right now, NIPSCO, I will put name and contact of filer. Remember, this is outside of the initial filing. So now we're going in and either doing a brand new UCC one, or we can just do a UCC 3. And so that file will be attached to the master file. Honestly, it all depends on the scenario, but always, if you want to be on the safe side, just attach it to the master file. So we would do it, in that case, it would be a UCC 3. So the UCC 3, I will put the name, I will put the CEO, whoever like that, whoever's over that particular company. I'll put their name here, their email, their contact, and I'll put the address that's on the offer, that's on the bill. I'll put.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm telling the people now. That's if you get something from a debt collector, whatever. If you're getting something from a debt collector and whatever you have on, you already have your initial filing already. Now you're gonna go do a UCC 3, and then you will put that. This is what he's explaining now for people who don't understand and don't know. So you will send a UCC 3, and you will send it to the company who sent it to you. They'll get the acknowledgement. So that's what he's saying now. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I'm just giving y'all another example so y'all can, so I want to make sure that y'all understand how important box number 1 is.
Yeah.
This is the box that we're using on our day-to-day contracting and our everyday so-called discharge of debt. When I say so-called discharge of debt, call it what the hell you want to. The point is eliminating your liability of the debt. So the whole concept behind that is understand that when we go into contract, we go into contract as the debtor, and they claim the role as a secure party, but they can only go so far with that claim. They can never give acknowledgement to the Uniform Commercial Code Division or the Secretary of Treasury, because they're not truly the creditors. Only we can claim those positions. So knowing that I went into this contract as the debtor, but even though I know I reserve my rights within that contract, I'm gonna go back, and all I'm doing here is correcting the contract so that when it says the debtor's name, shit, it's NIPSCO, the fucking utility company, not me. Then who's the secure party? I am, and I'm just putting my information there. You see what I mean? So that's all we're doing, and that right there is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand as far as the whole significance behind box number 1, as far as the stand acknowledgement too. Very fucking powerful. This is one of the most important parts of the UCC outside the collateral. Now the collateral, don't let me skip. All right, let me backtrack. Let's go back to the initial filing. So John Doe. John Doe is the debtor, all caps. Then we have John Doe, lowercase. John Doe, lowercase, which is a secure party, reflects the flesh and blood man. John Doe, all caps, reflects the corporation, the legal fiction, the entity that was created by the United States. So now, of course, the secure party is the mailing address is the, I'm sorry. Keep it real simple, y'all. UPS store. Your suite number. Now, they're gonna give you an address that may say box number, blah, 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 address, box number, such and such. You're gonna notify them, let them know specifically that you need your box to reflect as a actual street address. So instead of box number 123, it's going to be suite number 123.
Or you can do it yourself. That's what I did for mine. I mean, they give you a PMB number. Just make it number whatever. Like mine is blah 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 suite, and I put 139. It's supposed to be number 206, but I put apartment 206 or suite 206.
Mm-hmm.
You just make it your own. I even have that on my ID.
Yeah.
You can make your ID have that address on there too as well.
Well, yeah, that was the next point, actual area of address correction that I was going to point out.
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry. My bad.
No. Is the to solidify that address, you need to use the Secretary of State. And how you use the Secretary of State, just like she said, she has it on the ID. If you look, if I pull out any of my state IDs, it reflects that third-party address. Now, do they want us to do that? Hell no. But you got to be creative. So we all know when we go to get these okay, well, how do I do that? Well, shit, you lost your ID. You lost your ID, so you got to go to the Secretary of State and get a new one. So they're gonna ask you for what? Utility bill, and what's probably two forms of mail or utility bill, whatever. The point is, you're gonna go to Photoshop or wherever, and you're gonna reflect that new address, which is your third-party address, on that utility bill or that piece of mail that you're using as your proof of address. And then you're gonna utility bills work all the time. Then you're gonna take that to the Secretary of State, and then they're gonna update the system with that address. So when they give you the new identification card, it's gonna reflect that address, and then it's game over after that. And then if you get lucky and sign UCC on your signature too, and get that on the card, you home run it. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of different Secretary of States are actually training their customer service representatives to look for legal designations outside on the side besides your name. If you can get away with it, go ahead. If not, don't even stress it. You know what I'm saying? I try to lose my card all the time, so I kind of try to redo it. But some states don't really care. Like Iowa, I know is one, which coincidentally my regional state. So it's just different things. But another key point is know your state. You know what I'm saying? Know your state, know your counties, know what's available. You know what I'm saying? Know what's not. You know, and know how to find your answer, which the answer you want, which is yes. You know how to just get the job done. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us keep banging on the same damn door. It ain't gonna open. You know, go to the side door. So once you get that address to reflect on your driver's license or your state ID, game time, because that's that same contract that's used. Now you're using the Secretary of State to update and tell their friends inside their data sharing little community that this is the address. Yeah, this.
And then they go on your credit report.
Then they go on
your credit report.
You see what I mean? They gonna tell anyway, so let them tell. They have to tell what we want them to tell. You know what I'm saying?
On the debtor's name in the UCC one, are you supposed to put John Doe Sesta KV Trust, or you just leave it at John Doe all caps?
You see, that's the issue that I was talking about earlier. We want it to be for the initial filing. You want it to be exactly how it is on your birth certificate. You want it to be, so however they have your name. Now it's different. Like I said, it's up for debate if you're gonna put the last name first, because the last name it can be still technically in a certain other side of the world is technically the first name. But like I said, you can't lose if you do it exactly the way it reflects on the document. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to do additional filings, just to put icings on cakes and stuff like that, go ahead. My thing is, it's when you do certain things like that, it actually is tied to another process. You know what I'm saying? That it'll kind of confuse things and kind of zero things out. You know what I'm saying? It kind of hurts you more than hurt you. I mean, hurts you more than help you. So it's best to just keep it simple. You know what I'm saying? Keep it simple for your initial file. Remember, your initial file is your foundation. You can add whatever else you want to add later. You know what I'm saying? Through your UCC3s, or if you're going private, you're doing remember the objective is we going private anyway. So we doing 9 UCCs anyway, unless we correcting certain contracts, public contracts. That's when you do other UCCs and stuff like that. But other than that, we just correcting these initial contracts. You know, that's it. That's all. That's why in the collateral, let's go to the collateral description. Now we have a couple of different examples of this, but like I say, just pick one. Ultimately, no, this for property. Ultimately, the whole objective is you want to make sure you have all of your state licenses. You want to have
marriage funds, everything.
anything you could think of in that initial filing. That's the most important thing you could think of. And on that birth certificate, damn, where's the language here? On that birth certificate, you're looking for. Let me pull up mine real quick.
The birth certificate number.
You need that bond number, and you're looking for the date that it was actually registered. So
registered.
I was born April 1st, but they got my ass on April 10th, 1985.
And
right?
bro, I was born in February. They got me in June. It's way in June. February 22nd, but then it's not to June 13th.
Damn.
That's 4 months later, right?
It's usually within about 7 to 10 days. They really
mine's 4 months later, literally June 13th.
All right, let me say something about the birth certificates for people that got kids. Damn, do I have my? I know I have it somewhere. With the all right, there's a lot of contracting that goes on inside these hospitals when we have these kids if we choose to go that route. So it's very important for somebody to be contractually aware and conscious during this beautiful time period, because we be all in oohs and ahs and look at her, look at him. No, I didn't do none of that shit. I was looking, I was watching every move they was doing with those pens and those applications. So put it like this. I can show y'all. Each from the document the application that they was used in conjunction to create a birth certificate, which when they put the feet on the paper, I have scanned copy of that because I got all my tools with me all the time. I got a scanner on my phone, right? So when a doctor move, I'm snapping that. I got photocopies, scanned copies of the bracelet bracelet that they had on my son, where they had a barcode and serial number on that. I claimed all this stuff on my UCC. I had everything you could think of from that hospital contractually. And the next day I left out the hospital, I was filing UCC, and I was on the county.
Bro,
Mm-hmm.
Something about the scanner that you just talking about too when you get finished. The scanner that you talking about on your phone. People need to know that there's an app, there's a scanner. Tell them about that you're talking about. Let them know about that scanner.
If you got Android or Apple or whatever you got, just you could just go to either the Google Play Store or the whatever store you call it, store, and just download PDF. It's PDF Scanner or Scanner Pro. Just type in scanner, it'll pop up. You just download whichever one makes sense for you, whichever one's has the best capabilities on your phone or device. But we got to have this type of stuff. Like I said, as contracts, the best thing you could do is interject and claim your position in the beginning of the application process. So I have my son's application. You see what I mean? The original application. And I put the first clip because they didn't even register it yet. Remember, it take a few days, right? Or at least it could take a month or so, you know what I'm saying? So I was already claimed and had this shit on his way to authentication. You see what I mean? So these are the things that we got to do off jump to protect our kids. Because, of course, okay, I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't in a position to do the whole at-home thing and stuff like that, because you gotta, before we do stuff, you gotta know that you were prepared to stand on that shit 100%. I know that I can control, I'm in a secure position, I know I can control that birth certificate anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it's in my best favor to have it because I can control it and I know how to defend myself and my kid and my family, you know what I'm saying, by way of these contracts. So that served me better because I heard a lot of horror stories and with these birth certificates of people not getting birth certificates. You know what I'm saying? That means if you don't have nothing that ties to you, that has a record of you being born, that means motherfucker kidnap you. You know what I'm saying? Like that means you John Doe. Be careful with that John Doe shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of they do some real stuff. when they find out you don't got birth certificates and social security numbers.
What you call that? Near the liquor?
Right, and people think that it's
You
bad.
gotta put
I mean, I know it's this thing about, oh well, I don't want my baby born and have a birth certificate and yada yada. But you have to look at this right here. Okay, so if we're claiming the birth certificates now, and this is our trust, why wouldn't you want your child to have a trust? I mean, you know what I'm saying. So if you already have everything, like bro was saying, you got a copy of everything. You're claiming it already, so you got it. So why would you deprive yourself and your child from the trust that they're making, because it's fraud anyway? So you're depriving yourself from those things. You get me, bro?
Yeah, yeah.
Follow me what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
So
Now,
don't deprive your child or you from that trust in the state for your child that they making a fraud anyway.
that I just feel like, you know, that's a big safety. I have a big safety issue when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying?
That too.
Safety wise, like I said, I done heard some horror stories in regards to that. You know what I'm saying? They will come to your house and take your kid. They will, there's a lot of things that go on. Like I know guys that got kidnapped. I know guys that get kidnapped all the time. And they hold them for 30 days and let them go. Because they trying to, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know, I'm not trying to, look, I got shit to do. You know what I'm saying? So I always make it so like, I put myself in a position where, hey, you don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you.
Right.
You know when you get to the point where you good contractually, you know, even if they do, the right to contract is limitless. But you know, they'll try, but they're not finna really press no issues if your paperwork is $100,000. You know, they're not finna press so many issues with you. You know, or you'll at least be in the position to defend yourself, as opposed to, like I said, not having certain things and you get jammed up somewhere, ain't no record of your ass, you stuck in a black hole somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody find you.
Nah, your family can't find you. Nobody can track you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm all about being private. See, create a private person, but both have to coexist. It's just like good and bad. Right. You know what I'm saying? It's like right and wrong. It's like one that eliminates the other if you completely get rid of the other. You know what I'm saying? Now if you choose not to use your social security number for anything, which you should get to the point of doing that. You know what I'm saying? And you choose and decide when you decide to utilize that for a particular purpose or not. As long as you're being conscious and you know, about what you do and how you do it, and you, like I say, you build yourself up as far as knowing how to contract, it's all good. You know, that's all about putting yourself in a position to move. I see a lot of people put themselves in an idle position where they claim this, but they can't do shit. They can't obtain any funds. They can't do nothing.
Right.
Yeah. So what is that? What's that worth? Nothing.
Good is that? Nothing. It's not doing you no good. It's not gonna do you any good. You just sitting there. You can't move around, not in commerce or in any other part of life. You just stuck there.
We have to know how to navigate through this world of commerce. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out when our son of us gonna understand that you cannot completely cut the umbilical cord completely off of commerce or the public unless you decide to pull a damn nature boy move and take your ass to fucking Zimbabwe somewhere and constantly get your ass deported back to this motherfucker, and you back in the same situation again and with nothing. So I'm like I said, I just try to be realistic. I try to focus on putting myself in a realistic power position to navigate in either direction. Yeah, you need to have briefcases with other forms of you know, identities and whatever. Like keep those are private. And when time comes, you use that in the public. Okay, we're gonna use that. It's all about having a multitude of different sources and avenues, so that you remove these roadblocks that they put out, that these gatekeepers put in front of us. That's the whole objective, you know. Now we go back to the. Let's see if I need to find the general information. Let's go back to the Hellraiser Legacy. So we type in UCC. All right, let's see here.
Yeah, while he looking for that, I mean, that's one thing too that I always say. People holler about, okay, what I am and what I'm not. Okay, you may not be this or you may not be that, but if it's not in their system about what you are, what you're not, if it's not corrected in their system, then who they say you are or what they say you are is what you are.
Yeah.
If it's not fixed. So you got to go in there and fix it in their system. It's not about negotiating. It's not about, but you have to undo what's been done, period. Point blank, this period. And then you can talk shit. Until then, you can't talk shit. If it's not where, you're saying, I am this, I am that, I am not this, I am not that. But if it's not in their system about what you are and what you're not, then you're going to be who they say you are until it's fixed in their system. They made the system. So you got to fix it in their system.
Yep, and how you fix it, it all depends on, like I say, everything, the certain methods that we already discussed as far as strategically updating the system. These things are not in books. You know what I'm saying? It's just us sitting back like, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do it this way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let's use exactly what they gave us and give them this. You know what I'm saying? See what that do. And sure enough, that stuff reflects and updates, and you'll be surprised how that eliminates a lot of issues that we have.
Yes.
All right, so this is a sample document for the actual information that goes inside the collateral. Like you said, now notice it has your contract, the copyright notice. So you give each of these documents their own serial numbers. It's cool to put these on there. Honestly, I mean, if you want to do both, that's cool. Like I said, all the documents that we talked about is inside the collateral, which means now what? We've tied these particular documents to the county record. So now we tied the county record to our UCC1 filing. So that brings, remember, that's the Republic and the UCC is the public. So that brings both worlds together. That's the whole point of doing the initial filings at the county first, before we go to the UCC. This is how you tie both worlds together. Now, I recommend using not necessarily, you can give it your own, you can use both, but I recommend, damn, I'm getting throat.
Mine too, bro. I'm about to make me some hot tea.
I recommend using this file number, even this. So when you get your certification letter, let me look. Hold on. All right. So now I have two different numbers. This probably was for another file. So actually, it is. So what's gonna happen when you get your docs back and you order that certified copy for that additional $20? On the top page, this is gonna be the master record number. So you're gonna put that master record number of this filing that includes all of the said documents here. You're gonna put that inside the collateral. And that's how you tie both worlds together. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna identify in there. You're gonna say Lake County Recorder of Deeds, Michael B. Brown Recorder of Deeds, Lake County, Indiana, record number 2018-02163. And then if I want to identify a particular document within that master file, I'm going to put page 26, right? Because this is this page 26, number 26 reflects the where my trademark notice is within that file. Does everybody get that?
Right.
Okay.
So and also people who got businesses. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, sir.
No, also people who got businesses, when you have businesses and they're incorporated, when you file it with the state and you have your file number, put those in there too, because you want to make sure that you have your businesses on your UCC as well too, as collateral. So you want to have your businesses secured as well. So you put your file number on the UCC as well from the articles of incorporations.
Yeah. Now be aware. Because that would be considered a registration, right? That you have, but be cautious. Remember what we're talking about. We're talking about we're securing our liability with particular contracts that's tied to the straw man or the social security number. Now, if you have businesses created like we create businesses that that are not tied to your straw man, you don't put that on your UCC one.
Right. But I'm talking about the ones that,
So be careful with the two worlds, two different worlds. You know what I'm saying? So little stuff like that. It's all about knowing what to do, when to do it, and when something applies and when it don't apply.
Right.
Very, very important. But definitely any type of file number or registration you could think of, put that on that master file, because it's gonna save you a lot of time and money later instead of doing UCC3s, try to add it. Because later on when we want to get to the point where now when we get done with that UCC1, all we're doing is UCC3s, and it's only in relation to properties or products. Like you should get a new car, you do a UCC3, and that UCC3 record number becomes damn near the new title number to that car. If you do that, if you do everything a certain way. But like I say, we're gonna get into all the claims of property and stuff like that soon. But this, like I said, this is the initial filing. This to make sure everybody's at good and at a certain point to secure you legally when doing these other administrative processes, the so-called discharge debt or remove your liability.
right.
What else, sis?
I'm thinking.
That's if you want, we can. Okay. I got another thing about the addresses. All right, on the private sector, so you have your new public address, right? So now, if you want to create another address for the which your coordinates. Your coordinates, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to NAC code generator. You're gonna take your address and you're gonna get the longitude, latitude coordinates for the address. So you'll type it in right here. Actually, I tried this earlier, and for some reason it's acting funny. It's not loading the Google Maps. But when you put your address,
Or it's gonna be on your property tax thing, your property, or it'll be on your property.
yep, you're 100%. Yep. If you're well, you can actually pull either or. I want to wait. If they're using like a UPS store, we should still be able to pull that somehow. If this is not working, I don't know. We gotta look into that. But you can find a NAT code generator. Ultimately, what it's doing is giving you the actual geographic location, exact location to coordinates to where you're domicile, and that'd be an address you can use on your private identification, stuff like this, stuff like that. Let me see. Another good document to tie to your initial filing is the ecclesiastic deed poll, which is right here. Now, what's good about this? Now, remember, so the first thing we're doing with the birth certificate is reclaiming the body.
Right.
So the next thing we're doing with the ecclesiastic deed poll is claiming the spirit. That's why it says, I am the divine spirit having a human experience. Each atom and cell is this physical vessel inhabited to travel across this land and infused with the spark of thy creator. I am, with one light, one creator, the Alpha and Omega, without the beginning nor end, without time. You see what I mean? So that's when we tie all this together. So these are different areas of and please believe, let me tell you, there's so many other filings and documents and different areas of status correction. This is not the end all, but these are just the main basic foundational pieces that we solidify before we start moving forward and everything else to come. But there's so many different areas. Let me show y'all another thing. I know this finna Fuck, a lot of people are right here. Hold on. Selective.
I'm gonna tell you what I did too, though. For me, I mean, but we just about the initial file. I'm not gonna say nothing right now. I'll wait till we get on down the line. Then.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say nothing right now.
Look, check this out. Selective services. For those that be claiming they don't got no other status correction to do, I want y'all to go here and click verify. Put your last name, your social, and your date of birth in, and see if your shit pop up. If your shit pop up, that means they can come take your ass when it come bombs over Baghdad. Remember, we up on the military, we up on a martial law.
That's right.
We're up on the martial law. So so what do we do? These are one of the agencies that we need to be sending in withdrawal of consent.
That's right. Notices too. Put on notice.
You know what I'm saying? So because that is very important. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't know if things don't get that bad till they start randomly pulling people on that particular list, but understand that right there is very important. So make sure y'all go check it out. And then ask yourself, when the hell did you sign up for that shit? And you're gonna find it very interesting how they volunteered your ass on that list when you turn 18. It's gonna have your 18th birthday.
Turn 18. That's right. When you turn 18, and make sure if you vote, if you are a registered voter ever in your life, make sure, and even if you hadn't, make sure you take that shit off. Too.
Oh yeah, please.
They don't have nothing to pertain to us. Period. What's going on in the government has nothing to pertain to us. I mean, just go ahead on it and do that registered stuff from the vote, and
don't fall for that game. You know, like we are not a part of that company.
We're not.
You know, so that's the whole point of what we're doing now, so everything we do to reflect that we're not a part of that company. You know,
that's right.
Affidavit of life. All right, so now it's 8 o'clock. We're gonna open up for questions pertaining to this initial filing. I'm gonna unmute everybody.
Everybody can't talk at one time, bro. Now.
What if I follow to the big one? You'll say no? You'll take it if I say?
Let it
okay, let's do this because everybody got their own thing going on. Let's if y'all see where to raise your hand.
Oh my God!
You can raise your hand on the if you see the panel, you can click to raise your hand, and then I'll click on you to ask your question. All right, iPhone. All right, iPhone, go ahead.
Hey, Peace, how you doing?
What's up, bro?
Oh man, I just looked at this the selective service system and see that I have something on file. I remember at 18 having to do that, like for college and everything. And I'm still on file. But I want to ask a quick question about, and thank you for sharing all the information that you did, man. I can tell that you spent a lot of time studying. And you're well versed in the UCC. So with I just had someone this week who was telling me about, can you utilize a quitclaim deed to stop a mortgage?
You say, can you do what?
Can you use, filing a quitclaim deed to, do you have to be a secured party creditor to file a quitclaim deed to stop a mortgage?
Some things you don't really need to be a secured party creditor, but the problem comes in when the opponent goes to counterpunch you. You know what I'm saying? And then because it's all legal. So it depends on what's inside the documents that we're using, what type of administrative processes that we're using. Like when we get into the 1099s, okay, we shouldn't be doing no liens or claims on properties and stuff like that without being a secure party. We should not be using the 1099 process that we'll be going over in this series We should not be using the 1099As, Cs, 1096s, or damn sure not the goddamn 1099 OIDs if we're not in our secure party so-called capacity.
Gotcha.
They will hang your ass for sure. Now, in relation to mortgages, I've seen people do that. That being like a part of the. I think you should do that in general. But when it comes to discharge, from my focus in mortgages, that's why I just got my certification for the whole mortgage securitization. Is we're hitting them on a whole nother angle. You know what I'm saying? What we're doing is we're going on the back end of the contract. Let me think. Let me see if I can. I'll share one thing with you that's not a part of this particular section, and that'll be my extra Christmas gift to y'all ass.
I appreciate that.
But because this is something. I mean, that's your question. But this is something that I have to be careful with the words I use. And it's easier to more so show you, so you can kind of get a detail of like, and how deep it is how deep we dig into on the backside of that particular contract of the mortgage. Yeah. So our objective is because in general, I know a lot of us have obtained a lot of different documents, right? In general, they can be considered dispute letters, right? So we got to get out of the act of disputing. You see what I mean? So, So we give acknowledge. All we're doing is knocking on the door and letting them know what we know. You know what I'm saying? It's just like in politics when politics get real dirty and they try to play games and try to slander each other and stuff like that, and then you know somebody the governor go on an election and he did some crooked shit to the Senate, but the Senate got videotapes of him doing some crazy shit, buying dope from local, you know what I'm saying? And so he sent him an anonymous email, and all of a sudden you realize the nigga ain't going for office no more because he sat his ass down and let the Senate go ahead and say stuff like that. So that's all we're doing. You know, we're the dispute letters are cool, but there's limitation with the dispute letters because this is the dynamic between facts, truth, and then evidence, facts and truth. Because a lot of things that we're accusing the banks and the mortgage companies are true. Like we look through the secret banker's manual, you know, we could produce a lot of accusations of fraud. But the thing is, when you send these things, they know that they have their team of lawyers as well. You know what I'm saying? So they know that their legal team looks at this shit like, all right, well, okay, well, they don't have any proof. It's not about what you know. It's about what you could prove in court. So this is why we focus in on going to the back end to pull evidence of actual things that's being transacted from the initial contract that you weren't aware of, which is where we can get them in all day, because that's breach of contract for failure to disclose information, right? Yeah. So I'll go through a little sample. My disclaimer on this before I show y'all this is that this is a service that Trade Capital will be offering the beginning of the quarter 2020, and it's specifically targeting mortgages, auto loans, and student loans. Now, each one of those are three different sectors. So what we're doing is we'll be having a trial period where we'll be doing a certain amount of people for a very small fee, right? To perfect that particular process and to get evidence of results, right? So, because now once we do that, it's gonna be crazy. Now, let me see. Let's go to Trade Capital real quick.
Brother, but let me answer this right here to you. For you said my being a secure party, you want to be secured in anything that you do. Before you do anything, thing I suggest that you want to be secured first. You're gonna secure you first. You know, like in time, you know, first in time, first in line, however it go. But you wanna have you secured first before you do anything. And then you get jammed up, and you're like, oh my, now what do I do? But if you already secured, then you kind of fight better when you secured already.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because I had people are helping people to do this and not thinking about the ramifications of what will happen next. You see what I'm saying? People who are claiming to like reverse mortgages and stuff like that, but they're not giving the people, you know, what they need to fight with. And like you said, it'll have people jammed up.
Right.
So. And
then you get jammed up, and then, you know, but if you're secured already and you have everything that's already leaned, if you have it leaned already, and if you do it the proper way, if your paperwork is right, then they really don't have no fight like that. So they're going to really back, or they may try to come at you a little bit, but it's not going to be that much because you have your stuff together and legit. So what can they prove? Like bro just said about what they can prove. You have all the proof that it's fraud. But where is it that they can prove that it's not? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the whole reason why we started from scratch, from the very beginning, before we get into all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, me personally, you know, I take you know, I'm all about maintaining my credibility. You know what I'm saying? That's over everything. You know, so I'm not quick to just tell somebody some shit. Oh, go do this, go do that, and blah, 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 blah. Nah, because motherfucker will be like, well, so-and-so said, no, so-and-so ain't say shit. Did you remember when I told you what to do before you did that? So I keep good record of what I say and what I don't say. And the reason why I don't get into a lot of other things, it's a lot of reasons, man. Y'all got to understand that it's 83 people on the line right now. You know what I'm saying? A small percent is ops. So it's like, we gotta be cautious. We gotta deliver the message, but in a secure fashion to kind of still protect the information at the same time.
I thought he was gonna do his back and forth shit.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
She's right here.
I got a few more.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Don't say nothing yet. Wait, we're gonna surprise it.
Hold on. I got iPhone out the way. Let me run through this sample real quick. All right, so this is an example of a particular. What I got to find a word for because I can't use the real word. This is call it a report. All right, this is a report for a mortgage that we're using to discharge the mortgage, right, or remove the liability. So this shows the chain of command. This shows the borrower, the co-borrower, the current address, subject address, and also the transaction participants. Very important. We got JP Morgan. We got the mortgage electronic registration systems. We got the Ameripath Mortgage Corporations, ServiceLink, all these other companies. Now we go deep into the chain of command. We see that we also have another set of participants that deal with securitizing the loan or the mortgage. You know, where this is where the concept comes where people are saying, like, once we sign off on it, that we pretty much paid it. That's because of what they're doing on the back end. So this shows the chain of command of the corporations or trust companies, private trust companies that are monetizing or securitizing the actual loan to produce the back end funds on the particular market. So as you can see, all these people, I guarantee you won't see none of these on your mortgage except probably this guy right here. And JP Morgan. So we go down. This is the approximate amount. Now keep that in mind right there. We're gonna go down, we're gonna go down, we're gonna go down. All this shit is all the information about the pooling. So we're gonna find a breach in contract inside the pooler service agreement, right? In California. Like I said, we ain't finna get all into this yet. But just so you can get a glimpse of, we going into the UCC financial statement from the trustee. Like, none of these are accusations. These are pulled from from the back end from their shit
Again,
with links that go directly back to their shit. I want to show y'all one key thing in here before I close it. But just put your mind in the mind frame of the mortgage company. If you hit their ass with did some shit like this. And the Bloomberg terminal report that shows where the balance was deducted from the fucking national debt.
Now, that's not something to wake you up. I mean, you know what I mean?
We got that 612,000 right there. It just goes on and on. More screenshots. These Bloomberg terminal screenshots are fucking checkmate. We showed the original mortgage, the new assignment, multiple reassignments of the mortgage, the date that it was done on.
Instrument number as well.
It goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So needless to say, we got a big surprise coming 2020 when it pertains to mortgages, auto loans, and student loans. All right, Rena, I'm finna unmute you. What's your question?
My question is, should we still expatriate ourselves, or does the UCC filing does that for us?
I mean, that's nothing but a declaration. You know, you can add that if you want to. That's, I don't know if you guys, it's a document called the Act of State, which does that. If it is it mandatory, I can't really say that because, like I said, this is all simple contracts we're correcting. You know what I'm saying? And your authenticated birth certificate is actually one of the best but simplest things you can do starting off, even before we do the UCC. So it's a good option. If you want to put icing on the cake, if you want to do that, that's cool. I wouldn't say that is absolutely mandatory. No.
Okay, I have one more question. Now I'll leave it alone. Let someone else go next. If someone's in prison or jail and you have a legal power of attorney to do forms or declarations on their behalf, could a person file a UCC one on their behalf and correct things in the system on their behalf? Or is this something they have to do themselves?
I'll say this. Jail can be real sticky because when a person gets locked up, they go into a whole nother contract of and a deeper form of slavery when they actually holding the body hostage. You know what I'm saying? Right now we're pretty much on house arrest. That means we can walk around, but we got privilege. We can walk around, we go to the store, do this, do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like a light version of house arrest. You know what I'm saying? We can go state to state, but we better believe they know about it, and we better not stay gone too goddamn long. We can leave the country. You see what I mean? So it's different forms of house arrest. You know, but when a person's in jail and they haven't done anything yet, it is very, very difficult. Have I seen some stuff happen with a person that actually has started some things? Yeah, I've seen some people shake some cages and damn near almost get out. You know, and some people have getting out with certain offenses or whatever. But it's real sticky when it comes to jail. But you can, if you do have power of attorney, you can go down. You can do certain legal documents on their behalf. The only thing about it is you going in there and being able to get them to sign off on that power of attorney initially. So if you get that signature on that power of attorney, you're good to go. And UCC can be done at any time, even without the power of attorney, to be honest with you.
That's right.
Because you can do it online. You know, you don't need it's no signature and stuff like that required.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do a UCC for somebody that's in jail. They don't have to be. You can just do it online.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can send acknowledgement to the damn jail. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Detroit Beats.
Hey, Hellraiser.
Yo, what's good?
How you doing?
I'm all good, bro.
Man, it's been about a 6-month situation with me and you catching up for this consultation. We're going to get it sooner or later, but I'm glad I had the chance to speak with you tonight.
Absolutely.
My biggest question, and you answered part of it, was with the bond. And that's been like one of my points. When I was listening to different recordings and stuff, it was said that we weren't supposed to write the bond. But in order to finish the process for a secure party, you have to send the bond to the treasury. And thanks for showing us which paper to use. The lady directed me to the wrong paper. Now I see it is the parchment paper instead of just the regular 32-pound bond paper that was recommended before.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now my next question is, what are the next documents that's supposed to go once you do everything, like alerting all the different agencies, like the IRS, the Treasury, the Office of Management and Budget, different things like that? Is it like a set number of documents that's supposed to go off, or is it something that you're going to create when you alert the different agencies? Or is it something that's wrote in stone that this agency, this agency?
Nah, it's nothing written in stone. I mean, like I said, the best way to go in is to just complete this initial filing and then take everything else on a case-by-case basis. You know what I'm saying? If you got something dealing with the IRS, your next one should be the IRS. You know what I'm saying? Deal with it on a case-by-case basis, because what happens is we'll get lost into just filing paperwork. You know what I'm saying? File like it's good to give notice to all these agencies, but like it all depends on how much time. You know, if it's within the budget. You know, I mean, I want to give notice to the whole world, you know, but it's on a case-by-case basis, bro. Like I said, I can't say what's mandatory outside of this initial filing, you know what I'm saying, because my main objective is to put myself just in a position and to have a choice to choose who I decide to contract with. And if somebody comes and tapping on my shoulder, I'm in a position to defend. So I'm not really worried about a lot of that extra shit. It really all depends on what a person is trying to do. Like what's the intent behind it? You know, what's your intent in sending this to the IRS? Like where I mean, I put it like this. I said, okay, what's the worst thing that the IRS can do to me, right? So it's like, send me a bill. I know how to deal with it. I know how to deal with that. So they're not concerned. Like no agency. I'm not really concerned about that. You know what I'm saying? Just if I need to pull something out of my trunk to deal with a bigger fish that come knocking on my door, that's what I have these foundational pieces for. That's what I got my injunction already filed in both the state I was born and live in. That's already ready. See, this is what y'all got to understand. The county record is like a gun, right?
Yeah.
It's like a gun, and all we doing is loading that motherfucker with bullets every time we put something on the record. And then so we get a problem, you go down and you order them shots. You know, so you put the order in. You just the general. You know what I'm saying? You know, you going let me get a certified copy of that. Yeah. As a matter of fact, send that to them. You know what I'm saying? We got to understand, this is a chessboard. We got to understand the players. So we know how to move the hand on the UCC, because we just talked about utilizing the send acknowledgement toolbox. So we know how to move the hand and use their hand to send acknowledgement. We got a problem. So we also know how to go to the county record, order that certified copy, and then hire the clerk to provide a certified mail service. That's considered a soft serve. So we order the certified copy, and then give it back to them and have them send a certified. So now we got the post office in the middle of it, and the clerk of court. Those are three hands. Everything is in threes, because remember we had the notary first. We have the notary, which the first officer of the court, Now we got the clerk of the court, and we ran the certified documents we got out of the county through the UCC as it pertains to that problem that we had. And we sent the acknowledgement back to there. It's like that's how we got to think. That's how we use these tools. You know what I'm saying? Like the worst perception that we have is that I see everybody with 80,000 envelopes sending all this shit out, and they just sit back like, all right, I'm good. No, the fuck you not, because the right to contract is limitless. If we remember the golden rule, we have to respect the golden rule. So if the right to contract is limitless, that means that that's not gonna stop the knots. Not all of them. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it boils down to, man. It's actually people have made operating in commerce a lot more difficult than it needs to be because we're flooded with so many different types of filings and documents and stuff like that. If we organize and shave off the fat, we can really identify what we've done was just some extra shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's just it.
I will.
And then also, I'm sorry, brother. But also, I'm gonna say this right here too. Make sure that when you are, everybody want this affidavit and this template and this template and this affidavit and this affidavit, because there's a lot of things that don't pertain to us. Okay, there's a lot of things that don't pertain to us, don't pertain to you. So people are getting all these affidavits, and then a lot of them are repeating itself. You got this affidavit, and then it's saying this exact same thing. It's repeating itself. You're sending in 300 pages. They're not reading that mess. So, none of it. They're trashing it. You know what I'm saying? They're trashing it. So you got to be careful of what you're sending in. People are not reading it. I want the affidavit. I want the affidavit. I want the affidavit. Well, let me have that template. Let me have that template. And it don't pertain to you. It don't pertain to us. It has nothing to do with us at all, period. So you got to know what it is that you're doing and what you're writing and why you're writing it or why it's being written for you or et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. So make sure before anybody you send anything off, make sure you read it. If somebody does a template for you or you got it from somebody, make sure that it's pertaining to you.
Amen.
Because people, you go to the court and they be looking at them like, wait a minute, wait. And then they laughing at you because it didn't pertain to you in the first place.
They don't think you're competent. They don't think you're competent because they're like, oh, this person's just doing some shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how they feel. I mean, that's another excellent point because we got to understand that we're moving too fast on this stuff because we get too caught up into the physical realm. Remember, they cannot defeat us on the spiritual world. You know what I'm saying? So remember, so when you get your hands, when I get my hands on some sauce, like a lot of shit don't impress me now because I done seen them to all this shit. But if I get my hands on some new sauce, that sauce becomes me. You know what I'm saying? That shit becomes me. You know what I'm saying? Like I will sit and meditate on a document for weeks. I'm like, I'll just. I mean, sometimes you got to shoot, but it's like I will really like make that because the words on that, the power in words. You have to make those words reflect you, and then don't put so much power within the paper because remember, it's not about the paper; it's still about you.
Right.
It's still about you, and that's the craziest thing to get somebody to understand the world. It's like, so you mean none of this paperwork means shit? It's like, damn. In on another case, I say, nah, this shit don't mean nothing. But at the same time, yeah, still do that initial filing and stuff like that. But I'm not playing when I tell you. If you know how to stand, if you know the power of words and word magic, and you know how to adapt and tie things into the spirit where they can't fuck with us at all, I guarantee you will realize how powerful you can operate and start destroying shit without no paperwork.
That's right.
And I know that from experience on dealing with certain court cases.
That's right.
I'm a firm believer in you got to read to know. You got to read. You got to read. And like a lot of people, some of the friends I know, they was going online getting affidavits for this or declarations for that. And I sit down and look at it. I'm like, man, you saying all this. Do you really know what this is saying?
Right.
It's just declaration. All right, well, you go ahead and do what you're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and read this thing all the way through. If it's not what I want, if it's not saying nothing that's going to make my heart feel good, and my mind feels soothing, then I'm going to go ahead and move to the next one. Now I'm going to create it on my own.
Right. Correct. That's the biggest thing. Write your own stuff out that pertains to you. Write your own affidavits, your own things out that pertains to you. You know what you're trying to do, what you want to do. It's what you want to do, what you're trying to do. So you write it out yourself. It's what's pertaining to you. A lot of things that people are bouncing around and sending off, and it don't pertain to them at all. That's why they're being laughed at.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I made sure everything that, since I had a good way of putting stuff on the county record, I made sure, since I had the respect to these women down there, to make sure when I go in, make sure my attitude is correct, make sure my presence is correct, and make sure I'm only in there to do what I need to do, and I'm out.
Yeah, so you can accomplish your mission. You ain't there. Some people come in there with their chest way too goddamn big, like just giving off a certain energy. It's like you gotta know when to act dumb. You're like, oh well, cool.
Exactly.
You gotta know when to act smart. You know, you gotta
humble yourself.
Yeah, because you have an objective to make. Not, you're not here to argue.
I look at it like this. For me being in the Marine Corps, everybody has a position in life, and their position, technically, as you would say, Hellraiser, technically, is secretary. That's all they are. They're paper pushers. But you have to respect their position and what they do. So you can't come in there, big bold, I'm this. No. You gotta respect that woman, because you don't know what she'd have been through. And that's her position. She only knows so much. You might have read more than she knows for the position that she's working for in that county, state, federal. I mean, I talk to certain people now, and they sit there and say, well, how do you know that? I read. Well, I ain't never read it. Well, that's your fault. That's your fault. Go in and check it out. Then you check back with the people later on. Man, I ain't got time for that shit. Well, then that's why you wrapped up and stuff. I spend my time reading every day. One Man Out, all these little books that you and the rest of the other authors have came out with, that's I read that. Wrote over to, what was that, Publication 1212. And after a while, you read it a couple of times, after a while, certain things become common sense.
Right.
Because most of the time when all this stuff was made up, it was made in the language of English that we don't speak.
Right.
English that we speak now, yo, bro, what up? They weren't saying yo, bro, back then in 1582. 1699, they were speaking a different way in certain words that have a certain meaning today had a certain meaning back then. Like I just use one word, and I use this at work a lot. When I was growing up, I was born in 71. So when I was growing up in the 70s and 80s, and no offense to anybody, just hear me out. When I heard the word gay, I was taught it meant happy. That's all I knew in the 70s and 80s. When you heard the word gay, it meant happy. When you see somebody that with what we know today is gay, now we use the word faggot. So now as I try to teach my daughter as a grown woman, she never even heard of the word faggot. All she knows was gay. I said, well, sure, the word faggot. She said, well, Dad, that means you're a faggot. Well, I thought you never heard of faggot. See, the English is built up in spells. I look at the English language is one of the most satanic languages on the planet because it twists the use of vowels and consonants. So you might think you're saying something, but you're saying something else.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that whole purpose. We have a regular dictionary that we use for words for sociality. And then we have the dictionary and other publications that we use for law, commerce, political, and words mean different things. So I learned it like this. You gotta read. And I know me, I started off in that process, and this has been going about 8 months now. And next thing you know, I on my phone, I think I got 30 affidavits for the same thing. It's saying the same thing, it's just worded a different way.
Same thing. And it all mean the same thing. So
all mean the same thing. And even after all that, after having all 30, I still end up writing out my own because I wanted to word my way for the certain USC laws, certain IRS laws, certain different codes and stuff like that. I wanted to reflect what I feel, not what somebody else can. Something that they might have might be. And then I tell people, templates, a lot of these templates, they don't even read what code is covering. They just jump in there and get it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Somebody had to write it, you know what I'm saying? So that doesn't stop us from constantly recreating our own.
Right. Oh, man. Let me thank you. That document that you put out. You just talked about it this evening. Returning to the pre-1933, yada, 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 yada. And how you said you have to word that document.
Yeah.
And I had just put on the public record my status of truth. And when I seen that thing, I got it at home like a Bible now. I done reworded it probably about 30 times just to fit me the right way. Like you said, you have to reword it the right way.
Yeah.
But thank you for putting that document out there, because now I understand about the nationality. I was all thinking about, well, we weren't talking about nationality. There's a difference between nationality and race. And we don't know that growing up in the public education system. One thing that we know, we say we're American. But, I mean, we go through too many different names. Negro, mulatto, black, African American, and all this. So until you read what the meaning of each one is, the form of nationality come out. That form is a great form. That was it 8 pages? Great. It's great.
Yeah, that's actually one of the foundational pieces to the U.S. To obtaining the U.S. passport in a proper status. So that is available too. That we'll be putting out there as an option coming into the new year.
And that's the Declaration of Standing.
Yes, the pre-1933 Declaration of Standing.
Standing and status, 2 different things. We as live men and women, we stand.
Right.
Status is still dealing with a corporate fiction. So we got to be careful with our wordplay.
That's right, standing.
Also, declaration versus affidavit. Affidavit is still dealing with the corporation. As men and women, we declare.
Right.
All right. Next question. We got D Rose. D Rose, what's up?
Good, man.
What's up, man?
Not much. Yeah, I had a question about some of the stuff that we have to notarize.
Mm-hmm.
So you talked about the Declaration of Independence, and then the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and then you said the Treaty of something. I didn't get that.
Treaty of Peace and Friendship. That's voluntary, depending on what direction you're trying to go in. But like I say, you can also adopt different sections within these particular things. Like you don't want to adopt an entire Constitution. You just want to adopt the Bill of Rights. You adopt the Bill of Rights.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, D Rose, you gotta tell people who you are, man.
Man, I'm your right hand man, dog.
D Rose, man, is a very, very important player in this and coming into the new year with Trade Capital, as far as driving home these new success stories with discharging these mortgages, auto loans, and student loans. You know, like I say, man, we got the team is building, and like I said, we're trying to target the areas that's tapping our pockets the most. So I feel like if we could solidify solid solutions to deal with them type of debts, we have a lot more fucking money to play with and do what we want to do and build our individual legacies. So we own it. Just let y'all know. All right, next.
Yeah, man, that's some powerful stuff.
Hell yeah. Next question, KP.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
All good.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I just turned 20 years old, and I don't even have a job. All I got is the book Cracking the Code and the Black Lowe's Dictionary. You got any tips for me, man, to get my shit together?
As far as books?
As far as what you think I should know, because I was here since the beginning, and it's kind of rocky, but this is not interesting. I would like to know this more better.
Yeah,
so I can fully understand.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of book titles. You can download. This is inside the Hellraiser Legacy too. It's called All About Trust. Everything, like we have to prioritize our areas of study. You know what I'm saying? We got to go where to get us what gives us the most legal power and remedy. So trust, equity, and covenant law, international law. And another book, a hard copy book, is called Word Magic. You can get that on, I tell people that all the time, Word Magic on Instagram. So you can understand the power of words and how to utilize the power of words without the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? It's different forms of martial arts. Sometimes you're going to have your sword, sometimes you ain't going to have, you got to use your hands. So also, and still the redemption manuals are still foundational pieces to, you know, they have a lot of different information in it that you should understand in general. So I still refer to the Redemption Manual. I still prefer Cracking the Code. But a simple, something simple but powerful, get your hands on the word magic and read that book, Inside the Hellraiser Legacy, all about trust.
You said all about trust, equity, and covenant law, word magic, and the redemption manual?
Yep. Matter of fact, get word magic first. I'm prioritize your studies. Word magic first.
All right, bet.
All right.
Thanks, boss.
What up, Jarrell?
What's up?
What's on your mind?
Peace. The question I have is pertaining to how you go about this if you naturalize.
You say naturalize?
Yeah.
In what fashion?
Citizenship wise, because I didn't go through the foot stamping thing. I didn't get foot stamped at birth. I don't have I can't get an authenticated birth certificate because it's from another country. I do have the naturalization document. I probably could claim that, but I don't understand if it has the same weight or if it's the same process for that.
Do you have your birth certificate from another country?
I do.
You can can you get that? You have to go to the it's an embassy website. Just hit me up after that. I think we talked about this before. It's a way. I don't know if it makes sense for you to do it or not. I think because you got a social security number, right?
Yeah.
I don't really think that you even got to go that far with the birth certificate. You know what I'm saying? I would just.
Are you dual citizenship? Is he dual citizenship, bro?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Cause
Are you dual?
I have citizenship to America, but I still claim Trinidadian stuff. I still have a Trinidad passport. It's not current, but
I would leverage both sides. I would.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. Do both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, we're not trying to kill the straw man. Only time you should want to kill your straw man if that motherfucker tied to too much bullshit. If you tied too much somebody, sometimes you gotta blow that nigga head off. You know what I'm saying? Act like he nigga. Some people are actually fucked up. But if it's to the point where you can clean the nigga up and you know, say still go outside, send him places, come out the police, you know what I'm saying? You can do that. But other than that, nah, it's not in our best interest to necessarily kill the straw man if that's not the case. Some people I'll be like, look, you need a brand new ID. You need.
Yeah.
I say don't ever mention that other name no more. You know what I'm saying? Like don't ever mention them no more.
He's alive.
Never.
Another thing I had to ask is if you ever got jury duty, how do you tackle that? How you send them an affidavit?
Jury.
You shouldn't even be able. If you corrected your voter registration, you shouldn't even be able to be called for jury duty.
Yeah, I mean,
correct your voter registration. If that's not correct, if that's the only way you get called for jury duty.
I think I want to restart my whole process because
if you do get jury duty sent to you, you do like we already discussed. Remember, you already know what that is. So that's the envelope you ain't need to open. You know what I'm saying?
Send it back.
You're right.
Pop that shit on that, send that. You like pop that shit the fuck.
Return to sender.
Return the sender. Like no Espanol, whatever the fuck you said. Like jury. I wish I would. Y'all catch me red-handed in the fucking courtroom with jury duty. There's certain things you're not gonna catch me doing. You know what I'm saying?
Word. I looked at it. I was like, fuck it. I am not. I just was like, they probably got an affidavit for this.
Nah, you need to respond though. Remember, Fade, if you did get that, remember, Fade to respond is, you know, is defense. Silence acquiescence. So remember the laws of contract. You know what I'm saying? Even though you know it doesn't apply to nothing applies to you personally in your manhood. You know what I'm saying? But to protect your straw in that contract and avoid any type of bullshit, make sure you respond and let them know I do not accept. You see what I mean? So they don't assume that you indirectly accepted but fail to acknowledge your response. So we got to be very careful with that. I've lost a couple battles because I feel like, shit, you can't touch me. I don't do that shit no more though. You know what I'm saying? So you have to ask that shit where you have to respond. You have to respond if it came to your mailbox. You got to respond.
Yeah,
And
but you make sure that you when you do your voter registration, when you undo that, you're not gonna get anything for jury duty. That's the whole thing. You still able to vote, so you gonna have to change
gotta
that. You have to do
you do.
take all that. You have to take that all. You have to detach yourself from that.
Yeah.
Period.
Add
That's
that
the only
to
way
one
you
of the
get jury
priorities
duty.
to the status correction. To add that to the priority sheet when y'all doing the address correction to get the new ID anyway. So make sure, because they're gonna ask you again. You registered to vote. You know what I'm saying?
Say no.
Quick question though, that security system thing that I looked myself up. So as you know, I corrected my status on. Well, I corrected my status on the private side, the mortgage stuff. I looked that entity up, and I did attach it to my social, but I made myself the registered owner. I looked that up, nothing came up. But when I looked up my public entity, it was up there. And it was in like 2014. Like, I don't know, they put it up there for me. I want to know how to get that off. Do I send them something directly as well? Because I don't want them to be able to snatch me up. This is crazy. I don't even know what it's for.
You send them with a withdrawal of contract. So actually, let me see if it's in it. I got one in there.
Oh Lord.
I gotta ask, man.
Yeah, here you go, right here. Withdrawal of consent.
Withdrawal of consent.
Okay. You want to withdraw from everything anyway, for it's like that. All that crazy stuff, withdraw from all of that.
Yeah. In general, this are the foundation of all the shit you sending in. You let them know you withdrawing from your consent to contract.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Right here. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, you identified the agencies that absolutely need to be addressed initially, like SSS, and then from there you take it on a case by case basis, and then you identify the agencies that you're going to use and utilize to do your updating of your status, so certain things can reflect when they do run your shit. Like when they run my credit report, it reflects my diplomatic status. It says diplomatic ambassador. You run my shit. You know what I'm saying? If you run my plates, say do not stop, do not apprehend. You see what I mean? So
that's right.
Not because I said it, because it's on the fucking documents from the state. That's how I register my shit.
Is that a tribal ambassadorship or like I would love to get one. I have to get one. I gotta get one. Matter of fact, that's the real term.
We even though we fall up under different things, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got our Moorish American side, we got our Indian tribes. You kind of got to decide what direction you want to go in, and if you want to. It's certain elements of a lot of different things that I kind of may take a little bit from here for a particular purpose, but you have to prioritize that. You want to understand each individual sector, so you don't cross mingle the wrong shit that zeroes everything out or whatever. But ultimately, don't get so comfortable with just jumping on another tribe unless you find out you're actually a part of that tribe through your DNA testing, and that's when you claim your roots. But other than that, still that doesn't stop your power to create your own fucking tribe, to create your own nation, which is what it is the responsibility of the men and the fathers of the family to establish the foundational houses for the family and for the bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Pay attention to what the wealthy do. You know what I'm saying? To the point where they only operate with their first name. That's only because they're protecting their last name. I mean, if you look at the princes and the princesses, Princess Elizabeth, they don't use last names, not because they don't have it, because they're protecting the last name.
Yeah.
But does it have anything to do with a tribe or nothing like that? Not really. That's family. So that's establishing your house. So that's top priority right there. If we don't do anything else, establishing your house, because now once you transcend to the spirit, now that's something that your kids, anybody can fall up under that covenant now. You see what I mean? Because you developed that. So let's not get too comfortable joining tribes and shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I mean, it's cool. It's cool up until keep your main objective to build your own. You see what I mean? And then when you build your next objective, in order to build a stronger nation or family legacy, in order to do that, you have to marry another family that's on the same shit. You see what I mean? You have to marry into like the princesses and princes and kings, and they select who the fuck they gonna marry, the fathers and shit like that, for power reasons. You know what I'm saying? Not because motherfuckers cute, they like them, shit like that. It's just to maintain positions of powers within the fucking family's bloodline. That's period. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason why they sucking and fucking on certain melanated motherfuckers. Because they know they have to solidify their existence on this planet because they lack fucking melanin.
I understand that. You're gonna die.
So they gotta fucking suck on us, for the lack of better terms, you know. But that's just the fact. So we gotta start thinking like that in order to win long term. Unless we selfish, right? We just care about some house and a car. Look, a house and a car is easy. I'm trying to get y'all to understand that.
It's about
that's easy. That's all we selling with. $2,000.
Kids.
No, we gotta.
You want to teach them.
We gotta teach them how to move. We gotta pass this on. You know what I'm saying? So it means nothing. It means nothing for me to know something. You know what I'm saying? Even if you leave a blueprint, you know what I'm saying? They have to be able. We have to raise them up to hold that seat, to hold that crown. You know what I'm saying? To sit in that chair of royalty. Shit. My son's name is Prince Malachi. People understand. If y'all was wondering when if y'all seen my post today from the house of Malachi, that's my son. So it's like, now that shit that has nothing to do with none of this shit, but it has something to do with the legacy pieces.
Right. It's what legacy are you leaving? What legacy are you leaving? A lot of times with us, especially with us, you know, it's like one thing that we do leave our family is debt.
Mm-hmm.
It's debt. It's debt. Yeah, we gotta figure out how you're gonna be born, and we gotta figure out how we're gonna bury you too. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's time to change all of that. It's time to, you know, we are kings and queens. So it's time to act like it. We are the original kings and queens of the earth. So it's time to step into those shoes and act like who we are and God says that we are.
Mm-hmm.
It's time, y'all. It is time.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for that.
Start identifying ourselves and addressing ourselves as king, queen. You know what I'm saying? Getting accustomed to that, making that be regular. If y'all think about it, I have a thing about like dissecting things to its lowest. Everything's like mathematical to its lowest terms, because the answers to a lot of these things are actually very fucking simple. You know what I'm saying? It's like we identify and accept these people in their royal capacity. It's not because we know them to be that. It's because they told us they was that. You know what I'm saying? They told us and they stood on that. It's because, let me guess. When we go to When we go to Wikipedia, we go to Wikipedia and we put King Arthur. Oh, because it's reflecting Wikipedia. So everybody should have something inside of Wikipedia. We should have our story, because everything else is his story. And I would show y'all the trick right now, but I'm pretty sure. Do this. Do this. When we get off the live, at 10 p.m. Central, look up King Hellraiser on Wikipedia and see what pop up. And I ain't gonna tell y'all how and nothing like that. I'm just gonna. I can't just like I said. We use certain resources to solidify and validate.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's it. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Until we get on a more private line.
That's tough.
Like I say, man, it ain't because I said it, they said it. Look at Wikipedia. You know what I'm saying? But stupid shit like that, right? Because I mean, stuff like that is what. Remember, we're in a digital world, digital age. So we have to take advantage of this technology and what they use to validate. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's a lot of stuff we can do, man.
And if you can't Google yourself, something is wrong. Google me. I'm just saying. You should be able to Google yourself. And when you Google yourself, you should be able to come up, and it should be your information.
Or what you want to reflect.
What you wanted to say. Yeah. So when you Google me, that's what's going to show. That's what show up on what I wanted to say. When you Google me now, Google me now.
I have a question pertaining to bonds. So, I just received the the trust, right? I was thinking about purchasing the 21 pieces of silver off of I don't know. You in one of your old conference videos, you recommended a website.
Oh, it was this website right here. BAS.
Also, like, I want to know, could I submit that trust to the bank before I have the silver, or I have to wait until I have it on hand and verify it as a bond?
Nah, you don't need to wait.
Okay.
That's look, when you have your trust has different purposes, or it can have one main purpose, but one doesn't necessarily have to do with the next. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about the silver in relation to bonds, that's dealing with monetary contracts and stuff like that. So you doing anything else
to distribute funds, basically actual power to bond. That's what it stands for. Like,
well, ultimately the bond, one thing that the bond does off jump is it's an equitable instrument. So that's something that you would use to bond whatever like to bond your vehicle, or to bond your injunction, or to bond, you know what I'm saying? Because everything is all about bonds, you know what I'm saying? So it's all about, bond is like your insurance policy. It's like if you got an issue with a police officer or a government official, you sue these people. You're tapping into their bond. You're not necessarily suing them in their private capacity. They have bonds. If you look up surety bond. This is what y'all need to do. Look up surety bonds.
Also have KIT too.
Uh,
you deal with them, bro?
Huh?
Do you deal with Kitco? I deal with them too. Do you deal with them? Kitco? KITO.
No.
Minerals. You must gold, silver.
Yeah,
copper,
legit.
Kitco.
Yeah.
I deal with them. Yeah. See, Kitco.
All right, I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, I deal with them.
Deposit alternative. So you can literally buy a bond for anything. Remember, surety bond is a form of insurance. Remember, we just said insurance that provides a contractual promise. So promise goes into contract law. So it's another promise to pay, basically. So in a case where a person will use a surety bond as opposed to a deposit for a rental, it will make more sense and to be in the best interest of the landlord to accept a surety bond for rental with triple the amount. If the deposit is $2,000, you would probably get a surety bond for at least double, for about $4,000 or maybe $6,000. And what that does is that secures no matter. So if the person destroys the property, basically, the person doesn't have to deal with going to taking the person to court, fighting them for the money. All they do is they don't even contact the person that rented the place. They go straight to the bonding company that they got the insurance, the surety bond from, and they go right and get their money. All they do is they get an audit. They investigate the property. They say, okay, yeah, this is about X amount of dollars worth of damage, which appraisal, and they go and cash right out. It's a guaranteed payment. You know what I'm saying? So people that care about securing their properties as opposed to just getting some cash in their hands, they go with surety bonds all day. Now you can get a surety bond for anything. So let's go to judicial surety. All right, so let's go to US. So you can get a bond for literally fucking everything. So look at this. Now these are public commercial bonds. Now this is not the bonds that we're talking about, but just so y'all know. Auto dealer bonds, collection agency bonds, liquid, blah, 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 blah. Any bond you could think of. Payment versus performance bonds. Payment versus performance bonds. So performance bond is just like a, I know some people have seen the GSA bonds and stuff like that. They have a payment bond and performance bond. Performance bond is nothing more than just you promising to pay per your performance. Just like if you go get an auto loan for a term of 72 months or whatever like that, a payback. So you secured it with your social security number, and then you promised to pay based on your promise to perform to pay, because you also gave them check stubs and verified employment, right? So you verified employment check stubs. That means you promised to take your black ass to go to work and pay the goddamn bill for the next 72 months. So that's what that means. So that's a performance bond versus payment bond. A payment bond is everything outside of the promise to perform the pay. That's just your insurance to say, yeah, I'm going to pay you a certain amount of months, and here goes my collateral interest, which could be another piece of property or something like that. Bid bonds, and all these are different bonds that could be purchased or that could be used on the private side through the GSA or by your own promissory notes and silver bullion bonds. Yeah, but this is where you go. This is why I get all my gold. I mean, my silver from pre 1933s right here. You get the gold or the silver. Those whatever. More, I get the Morgans, of course. And now in the situation with the bonds, real quick, when I'm getting into the bonds, you have to think of how commerce works as far as the bond. Bonding is all about insurance. Insurance in general is tied to a lot of different things. That's why we have to really get our hands and tie the knots between insurance, as far as like life insurance, like leveraging life insurance policies, having insurance in general, which is utilizing our bonds, and then we have our agencies that do SKRs, with safekeeping receipt. We have things like in mortgage escrow accounts. Escrow is nothing more than saying a third party motherfucker gonna hold the money until this transaction go down to make sure this nigga don't run off with the money until, you know what I'm saying? So it's just a third party security, so that doesn't have any personal interest with either party that can secure the money until the transaction is secured. So if you want to take the bonds a step further, in general, by law, once a silver bond is recorded on the record, now you can start using that to apply to certain debt and stuff like that, and to utilize as liability insurance, stuff like that, with like your vehicle. Like if I go register a car or go get a title work for my car, I bring in a sub bond off my $21 billion bond for like $250,000, and then I give them the surety bond. So the surety bond is each state has a different type of surety bond. You have to find a surety bond for that state of the Secretary of State. So I'll show you how it looks.
I have a surety bond, like for my auto dealership. I have an auto dealership, so I have the surety bond for that. Or
that covers the vehicles and all that.
All vehicles with a dealer tag on it, and I get the dealer tags that I want. So that's that's another way people are not, for keep people from having to be riding around without no tags and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
No, we don't recommend that.
Yeah, keep people riding around with that private stuff on there. Just do a dealership, and you and your family come together. Get a surety bond. It's not that much a month, maybe $150 a month for the bond, and you got tags. Everybody in the family got tags. Put them on there. You got to be stopped. That's a nugget for you, okay? That's a nugget. That's free.
So you say get the do the dealership?
Yeah, get the dealership.
Yeah, start the fucking not a tow company. Auto
dealership.
A repair company.
Auto dealership. Get the tags.
mechanic liens on the property. If you want to try to get the title for it, if you discharge a vehicle, you want to get the title, you put a mechanic lien on it. Mechanic lien and bypass the state lien.
That's right.
So
and it's just running the paper for 30 days, and then that person can go down there and bid on it in a public auction, bam, and then put it in. Then you get it, and then it can be put right back into in your trust or whoever name you want to be put in. Simple, easy. People just gotta know how to do it. You gotta know how to move around.
You gotta be set up too.
Yeah, you gotta be set up too. But yeah, even with the auto dealership, just get that family come together. That way you ain't gotta be worried about people riding around with no tags. Oh, I'm not having no tag because I'm private. I don't need to be But then you going to jail, you getting tickets, and then you arguing with the police. Keep down the drama, keep down the mess. You got the, and then everything that you drive is bonded, is insured. As long as you got the tags on it, take the tag off for that one, put it on whatever you drive next. Or you get however many tags for you. I got one for my daughter, for all my vehicles. You know what I mean? So that when they run it, guess what? It's up under my UCC.
Yep.
So I'm on the do not detain list. They keep it pushing.
Yep. Yeah, right. Damn, I don't got a color copy of the bond. But when you go to the Secretary of State, they're gonna ask you, do you have self bond? Are you self bonded? That's the term. So self bonded. So they want to see your. It's called a private surety bond for indemnity, and it has all the state codes on there. Then this is actually a piece is ripped off. This is a copy, so it has a place where the notary signs and stuff like that for the amount that's covered. So it's $250,000. Now here goes the actual bond. This is a copy, so it's black and white. So this is the bond that's backing this. They look at that shit. Now they might go to the back and ask their manager, like, you seen this shit before? The manager gonna look at your ass like, you know what I'm saying? And write your shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you go up in there with everything correct on the private side. They're not gonna ask you public shit. Like they ain't gonna ask you for no driver's license. They're not gonna ask you for nothing. They're not gonna even go out there and look at your odometer. That's none of their business when you operate to that capacity. You know what I'm saying?
It's gonna come up exempt anyway.
My finance company is the lien holder on my title. You know what I'm saying? So I got 3 different what's the names. And on my title say do not apprehend. So it's like odometer exempt.
Exempt, that's what I said, odometer be
exempt. Diabolus Malik Malachi, do not stop, do not apprehend. Finance company is National Finance Alliance.
And then when you have your dealership, then you do your own retitling. You retitle your own title. You retitle that title as the dealership.
All your cars, huh?
That's the footprints I was looking for earlier.
Okay.
So I put proof of life footprints of the living man on the land known as, I put my name in proper case. And I put my thumbprint, one in purple, one in gold. And I signed off, put left foot, right foot. Then a declaration of beneficial proof of life. Notice the paper. Notice the type of paper I use too. So remember, color reflects life. You know what I mean? The corporation is dead. It's all black and white. So certain things, certain documents you want to like life. Yeah. That's when you got your seals, your family crest. Seals. Look, seals and stamps are very fucking important. People don't even know it.
That's right.
Remember, think about what every officer in power has what? His own seal.
That's right. His own seal. Do your own seal. Order your stamp, whatever you want, however design it and however you want it to be off Amazon, and they have it where they make it for you. And you buy it, you can just buy the plain seal and you can just have your stamp and you can just and do your own seals, have your own design. Copyright that mug too. Trademark it, whatever your seal is.
Hell yeah. Yep. No. That shit holds power. That shit holds power and weight.
Yes.
This bond, is there a finite amount? Because you say 21 billion or 21 million, right?
Yeah.
Could that run out once you start really using this thing, or?
Hell no. If you spend $21 billion, you got an addiction to spending.
I got mine at 200 billion. Mine on my thing is 200 billion. These days.
Look, if
200 billion on mine.
you
Yeah.
did run out, right? Make
Do
another
another
one.
one. Do another one. I said, do another one. Yeah.
You know, but
I just was thinking like who's keeping or like how they was keeping.
Well, you supposed to keep record of the books. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the correct way of doing it. You're supposed to keep record of the books, and honestly, you're not the one that's honestly supposed to be holding your silver. You're supposed to get a safekeeping vault and store your silver there, and you get a receipt from them that has a description of the property held inside. Though that plays the role of being the escrow for the bond. So now when you operate in commerce, you have a receipt telling like, yeah, this bond really is backed by 21 pieces. Because you might create the fucking bond, put the shit, Photoshop it on the bond and spend the damn sell the coins. So that's how you be correct in commerce when you're doing heavy shit. You know what I'm saying? But in general, literally, once that bond is recorded on the record, you can immediately start using that shit for insurance purposes. You know what I'm saying? Hands down.
I'm thinking about getting
last time I had regular insurance.
I'm trying to get it ASAP for the trust, and I have a strategic move. I want to become a tax attorney. Well, I don't know if I should get the license and go join the bar, but just go to school.
Definitely don't join the bar.
No.
No. That's too much. But
definitely don't do that. Nah, because when you join the bar, you are taking the oath to that shit. So that you don't want to.
Then you become one of them.
Yeah. And then they can
you become on that side. Yeah.
Hang you if you try to do this other shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So you going ass backwards.
Mm-hmm.
So I could go to school, understand that, and I'm just going to school to get the money for it because I have a GI Bill. I ain't gonna get paid if I don't go to school, you know. And in that aspect, so that's if I want to use it, but I want to monopolize it and get two people to go to school at the same time, you know. Try to get the best out of it, and basically have my own in-house CPA, own in-house tax attorney to bat for my company when I do.
Oh yeah, that's good. You need that. You know, these are things that we need. You know,
and provide it privately. You know, amongst because I want to create the things I want to create, hospitals, things like that. I have to have some form of
humanitarian services.
Yeah, humanitarian.
That's when you get that big funding. That's what it needs to be used for. So that covers basically everything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Let me get these other questions before we close out.
Take them for sure.
Yeah, but as you in your indigenous capacity, though, you're able to have and to acquire. And see, that's what people be like, well, why would I put American Indian? Why would I put, the white or whatever? You have the best of both worlds if you look at it that way. You have to know what your end game is going to be. You have to know what you're doing and why you're doing it for. So, if with American Indian, you have it whereas the articles of for the indigenous peoples, you're able to obtain a hospital and schools and whatever. So, like right now, my status across the board, across their system is American Indian. I can go shadow a doctor right now if I chose to, and they have to teach me what they know without me having to go to school.
Yeah,
those are things that you can do. People have to understand the benefits of what they're doing, but you got to know why you're doing it. I'm only giving you that nugget, not because of this is what you should be doing. People are doing it because they have no idea of why. So you have to know why you're doing something. Why is it that you're doing something? I'm moving a certain way because I have an end game. I have an end game for my family. They have Koreatown, they have Chinatown, they have all these towns. So now it's going to be Tabardale Town. We're going to have cities, we're going to have states, you know what I mean? So we're going to have our own hospitals and schools. I have a university already. So it's all about what it is that you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it. But it got to be from the good intent. If you're not doing it for the right intent, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So.
But once you're American Indian.
Yes.
Until I say otherwise, I got to make
yes, that's right, bro. That's right. And whenever they ride behind me, they pull my tag my plate or whatever, that's what it don't come back as Tamara Princess Stabadell as a black African American woman. It comes back as an American Indian and white. So they gonna go on by me unless I'm doing something absolutely wrong. But just by them running your tag, trust me, they run your tag when they pull you over. You know, so just by them running your tag, they gonna know who you are. So you know, with that being across their system, it's in their system. Now you can say, okay, well, look, I want to go and I want to shadow this doctor because I'm trying to open up a hospital or a clinic for my community. And then you have every right to do so now. Yeah.
Yes, amen. Let me see. Mashiat, how you pronounce that? Mashiat El?
Amen to that.
What's goody? We got a Mashiat L. We also have Pixel 3.8 XL that got questions.
Yeah, there we go. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep.
Hey, what's up there, Hellraiser? Hey, yeah, this is Brother Meshach L, man. Met you there in Dayton, Ohio, there with Brother Divine at that private conference there, my man. That was a blessed time there, man.
Oh, what's good, bro? How you feeling?
Oh yeah. I just wanted to let you know that I let folks know I got the when we were there, I got those keys with the different files that were there, brother, and I've been moving on very progressively since then.
So
I've even been able to establish a common law private bank here in Kentucky.
Perfect.
I was the one who spoke with the folks over in Africa. I'll be leaving to go to Nigeria regarding the new 5G technology rolling out next year here. So I've been moving forward with the information that I obtained from you when we were in Dayton there, man.
Yeah, I definitely off the record, I want to know what other progress you had on that move. You still got my email? My number is
okay, that's what it was, man. I'm trying to get with DJ as well. You know, I got the authentication on my birth certificate on the federal side, man, on that other side on the 8155. So I'm ready to move on a lot. I just ain't been able to get in touch with folks, man. But I've been, making a lot happen. So I'm definitely, ready. A lot of progress since we last hooked up, brother.
Do this. Call the company. Now you can always reach me somehow through the business lines. 888-597-8825, extension 101.
Okay, I got that, brother.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, I just want.
Hit me up tomorrow so we can give you some updates.
Oh, yes, sir. All right, thank you.
All right, bro.
Peace.
Pixel 3A XL.
Hey, peace. Man, I got a couple of questions. Can you hear me, bro?
Yep, loud and clear.
No doubt. Peace, bro. So I have authenticated my birth certificate and my certificate of live birth. And so tonight you mentioned a number of documents. Like, man, that's the first time I ever heard you say get the Declaration of Independence and sign it. And I've been listening to you for a while, so that's the first time I heard that. What steps do I need to take right now to get my foundation laid exactly? So I want to make sure I get this done, bro. I mean, like you said, that's the foundation. That's the number one thing. So I want to make sure I'm proceeding correctly.
Well, honestly, that's exactly what we did today. You know what I'm saying? Next, when we roll into next month, we doing part 2, and we're gonna keep it moving. Like I said, we're going all the way from start to finish up to the point where everybody looking for. You know what I'm saying? Properly contracting, removing liability from debt, and then, like I say, by that time we'll have solidified things involving, mortgages, student loans, auto loans.
Yeah, I most definitely heard that for 2020. What I'm talking about, like in the Hellraiser network, where can I go find the documents, like the UCC? I know you said you had a UCC inside the network.
Yeah, right here. I'm finna show y'all one more time. Check it out.
All right, hold on. Okay, cool.
Go to the Hellraiser Legacy. All right, when you first get on there, like at the top is the search engine. So that's your key right there. So you type anything you want. So you want UCC, UCC, and every file, every video, Every audio revolving UCC is going to be right here. Just click on it, download it. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt, I appreciate it. Is this lesson tonight going to be in Hellraiser Legacy on the network?
No. I'm glad you said that. So anybody that wants to, for the next 24 hours, so basically based to Monday, you can obtain a copy of the video for $50.
Cool.
But now this video not going out like that. So after Monday, I'm not giving it out no more. And like I say, part 2, we're gonna continue from where we left off and take it from there.
Thank you, bro.
Whoever want to get a copy, make sure they email the Hellraiser at Yahoo, TheHailRazor at yahoo.com, TheHailRazor at yahoo.com. And you can just put on the subject, give me my copy or some shit. And I'll send you an invoice. All right, next question. All right, next question is KP.
Oh, my fault. I forgot to put my hand down.
Oh, okay. We got Galaxy J7 Prime.
Peace, brother.
Peace.
Hey, real.
Yep.
I have a question, man. I authenticated my birth certificate, and bro, I went on a vacation for a little minute, so I came back thinking things were the same, and they switched the paperwork. They switched the game up a little bit with the registration of the vehicles.
You say registration of vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I ended up getting pulled over, man, and my car wasn't registered, and my insurance had expired a couple of days. But I know that you don't necessarily have to have insurance. But my biggest issue is, man, I'm trying to get my vehicle back, and I'm noticing that my car is in someone else's name, although I have the title where I purchased it. So trying to just figure out how I can go about getting my vehicle back.
So you're having a problem because you haven't switched over the title and it's still in the other person's name technically from the previous insurance. You're gonna have to go to the Secretary of State and at least do the title change.
Saying I can get another title with the purchase of the title I have already through the Secretary of State.
Yeah, but
somebody mute that guy.
They're gonna give you 2 options. It's it doesn't sound like you're gonna be able to go in there and get the title and leave. They're gonna force you to register the car because you're not going up in that self-bonded. So they're gonna force you to register. Only way you could skip registration is just get the title if you have private bond. Now, registration is not necessarily a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? If you know what you're doing. Even though I ride around my private government plates. You know what I'm saying? That's me. That's because, you know what I'm saying? But you got to believe, I didn't have to go through the shit to know how to do the shits. You know what I'm saying? So jail time is on the list. You know what I'm saying? You got to go to jail a couple times. So whoever say you don't is motherfuckers that's not really operating out here, not really moving the group. So I know how to move, and I'm damn near can call myself the travel king because I know I do both. Private and public.
Right.
I'm fully private on all levels, and I am my public good. You know what I'm saying? I've been to jail. I've done, a lot of this. So it's like, so what they gonna do is they gonna say, I would say go in with a trust.
Right.
Okay, let me ask you this. What's your intent? Did you purposely not register because you're trying to be private or something?
Right.
All right, we can't move like that because that's it's too much liability right there.
It said that too. you know,
It
other
don't matter.
alternatives.
Yeah. It's too much. It's just, and then if you get pulled over and you get jammed, you're not really left with a lot of wiggle room with the defense. You know what I'm saying? So now you got a title that's still technically tied, or a piece of property that's technically tied to a owner. Now they kidnapped or stole the vehicle. So now you got to go through the process to claim that you're even the owner. So now you're up against time, and wherever they got it, I don't know if they charge you per day to store the vehicle. So that's another problem. So now you lose time, we're losing more money. So it's best just to go in a certain way in the beginning. So do you need to register? No. If you don't register, you better have international driver's license. You better have international driving permits. You better have fucking a private bond. You better have the vehicle inside of a trust. You better have your non-UCC file on that private. All these things must be in place. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta have your own private plates that are somehow registered in some way, form, or fashion. I can't give out the bins on how that's done right here, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? Now, do I recommend that for everybody? Even though you can do it, and I'm doing it every day? No, because it's too much room. It's too much that you have to already then swim in the waters of operating, so you can stand on that. And it's different levels you gotta have established before you do that. Go completely private. I recommend going in up under a business trust. So all you're gonna do is bring in, or what Sus said, have your dealership in order.
Dealer license.
Get your dealer's license in order. So you got two different options as far as on the public registration side, but still maintaining your privacy. That's the dynamic of both worlds with less liability. So either you're gonna create your goddamn dealership, get your dealer's license, get dealer's place, or you just go in there and register up under your business trust. And then all you gonna go up in there with the business trust docs, the EIN number for the trust, and then your private bond paper that I showed y'all earlier, and that's all they're gonna ask you for. They're not gonna ask for a driver's license. They're not gonna ask for nothing pertaining to you. It doesn't have nothing to do with you. They're gonna run your they're gonna give you registration. They're gonna give you tags that's only tied to that private trust. You know what I'm saying? Or that foreign trust. So to me, it's best to have the best of both worlds. So now that you got something they can look at that look like they shit, that look like you regular. You got something they can run. You know what I'm saying? The beauty about that is, if you understand the power behind knowing how to reflect what you want them to see, I can get them to see. If I wanted to, I can get them to say, get the fuck away from the vehicle now. If I wanted to, that's reflect on my plate. That's how much I know how to manipulate the system. You know what I'm saying? In my favor. So, but like I said, there's levels to it. You know what I'm saying? So in general, you need to go in there with some type of entity to put ownership to. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to claim necessarily ownership. You want to be in a controllership position. So you want either your trust company, your irrevocable or revocable trust, or your corporation, which is your LLC, your vehicle. So you have to choose. You got to pick one. If you don't want no bullshit, or when you get into some bullshit, you got ways out.
Okay, brother. I got one more question for you. With my using my name on that corporation, I think I heard I watched one of your videos and you were saying like the sole proprietorship. It doesn't mean anything. So
no, that's just like saying
if I choose to use.
No, you don't want to.
You still being liable.
You still saying I'm an individual and I'm liable for the corporation.
Right.
No, I'm asking you about filing for the corporation under my name.
Mm-hmm. What about it?
Okay, so if I chose to use the personal service, is that beneficial, or am I wasting my time with that?
We say the personal service. What you mean?
You know, it give you your options to choose from. What do you want? Whether you want to choose the corporation, you want to choose the S corp, or you want to choose the sole proprietorship.
Well, you don't disregard sole proprietorship altogether. You know, so you're gonna select you're gonna select some sort of entity type, like S corp, LLC, C corp, or business trust, or just individual, private, revocable trust or irrevocable trust. These are your whatever you choose. You have to still build that foundation to and get the proper documents stuff to operate it. So either way, you still got some work to do. But it's really up to you how you want to do it. I think I'll say this: with a business trust, you have more more tax benefits, and you have more movement, meaning that it's not isolated to operate within one state. You can go all across the board. All right, and it's cheaper. So now, if you want, when I do a business trust for people, or when Trade Capital does business trust for people, we do it specifically, tailored specifically to what they're trying to do. If you're trying to do this for traveling, we will create it strictly to benefit you in your best capacity.
Hey, real. Listen to me, bro. Listen, I'm a member on your site, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and try to set up a private session with you, man. My phone about to cut out on me.
You got the number? Well, you know how to reach me. Yeah, send me up.
Right.
All right, better.
I go by Jimmy. I'm gonna hit you up.
What is it?
Jimmy Emerson. Appreciate you for your time, bro.
I bet.
Jimmy.
All right. Appreciate y'all.
All right, peace. Yeah, so that's how we do that. We got what do you got? Adaniques. Was that Adaniques iPad? We got 2 more questions.
Nikkei.
All right.
Okay.
Nikkei, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, all right. I'm great. And I see y'all dropping. I appreciate you. Just, before I get started, I always want to let you know. So my first question is, I got on as you was talking about the Billy Bond, and I have a question for you. Once you have that and you're looking to make the insurance policy for yourself, did I miss that, or do you talk about that, about how to produce that so that you can register the states, or however that is done, so the state know that you have that? Because that was one of the things I had a question, and I had one other one, but that one's important.
Okay, so the bond I showed was strictly for my travel. So that's the bond I use for all my automobiles.
Mm-hmm.
So it's on a case by case basis. So upon if I'm doing a registration or whatever like that, I would present that per car. You know what I'm saying? So that applies to that car and doing that contract right there. It's not like I say, it's not like the bond is a universal instrument. So
right,
depending on what you're trying to use it for, processes vary. You see what I mean? Now, and then when it comes to pulling from the insurance policy or bond, processes vary. So right now, we've come to the point where they identify and accept that as legal bonding, which they call it private bonding or self-bonding, which is also self-insurance. You see what I mean? Now, to pull from it, it's other things you got to do with the commissioner within the state as far as over insurance, stuff like that. That still needs to be done as far as trial and error to perfect that.
So did you have to register it anywhere so that they know you have it, or you just have it with you? So when you're in that particular car,
I remember I went to the bank. I went to the Republic Bank, which is the county record.
Okay.
Remember when you create the bond, the master bond is on the record already, right? When you pull that bond or look up that bond, it has an instrument. It has an instrument number. Instrument is a banking term, and it also has an amount for consideration.
Yes.
So you will update the amount of consideration to reflect the bond, because they just gonna put 000 on that shit like that. Ultimately, it still has the face value, but if you can update the actual consideration amount, remember it's the court is a bank. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I went in with the bond to make the deposit. You see what I mean? Now I need to use my account, right? So I'm gonna cut a check, which is my sub bond of $250,000 off the master bond of $21 billion, right? For a particular purpose. You know what I'm saying? Because when we break things down, some people out here trying to fucking walk around with $21 billion bond on a per case. That shit is supposed to meant to deposit to the Republic, the private side of the bank. You know what I'm saying? And then you create sub bonds off of that. You know how hard it is to administer $21 billion? No bank
Nobody trying to
wants the liability of guaranteeing your $21 billion. You know, so because ultimately even though you don't have to for it to be accepted as insurance, especially for car insurance or liability. You want to have that, not only that silver, you want to have that notary signature and acknowledgement that she counted out the 21 pieces. So
that's what I have, and I have a picture of the 21 pieces.
You got to be on there. You got to be on there, and then you want the medallion stamp from the bank. You got to know which banks give what. Like Chase goes up to like 10 million or some shit. Bank of America goes up to, I think, comfortably like 5 or whatever. You got to identify which banks do what, and that's when you decide to cut the checks for whatever amount of money to serve whatever purpose you're trying to serve. Now, that's just for insurance. We're trying to take things to another level as far as monetizing and stuff like that. We got to understand we're talking about commerce. So it take money to make money. So that's when
I got a question for you, because at first I just want to use the insurance, and I'm gonna send you some more questions at the Hellraiser site. So my last question is, I want to get the international driver license. I saw the links and the information you sent from the American National 1781, and I even applied to get the resident number and all of that information where you showed your name on the list and all of that. However, they're telling me they're not going to give it to me because before not knowing, they're telling me they're not going to produce or give me any paperwork with the name Bay on it.
Oh, wait. You talking about the organization that call themselves the United States of America 1781?
Yeah, it says American National 1781. I talked to Tom.
No.
I'm like,
what video did? When did I
send the link was to the American National? Wasn't that the
how long
link?
ago was this?
It was in a video I was looking at on the website.
Damn. Okay, that shit needs to be removed. All right. So no. All right.
Because you were talking about the driver's license.
That was an early video some years ago.
Okay.
So that was.
So how can I fix that then?
Let me catch you up to speed.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
In the beginning, when I first started dropping these videos, my objective was to bring influential organizations to one platform. You see what I mean? So that's why you'll see the World Service Authority, the motherfuckers that do the passports on the platform. That's why you'll see Taza Doc. That's why you'll see all these Mosaic. That's why you'll see them niggas right here. You see what I mean? Because that was my objective, to bring everybody together, even though everybody, I guess, don't want to do that shit because they fucking whatever. You know, so that was my intent. Shit don't work because everybody want to do their own thing. Okay, I have multiple areas of American National shit. And now I went through who you talking about. I went through them to a certain degree. Now some things they have, I'm able to leverage and use, like when you do the oath. You know what I'm saying? When you have the record of that, but you can do that yourself amongst a few other witnesses of whatever organization or republic that you're representing. Honestly, they don't fucking. Just to be honest with you, not no shade. They jumped the gun with building a nation. And they started building all these fucking subsectors. They get second state. They got this. They got that. They're trying to mimic the United States, right? Which is something that we need to do. But the problem is, it's only 3 motherfuckers running this shit, and most of them still working for Pizza Hut. So that's the problem. It contradicts itself. I'm talking about real. I'm talking about. I ain't throw that shit out just to exaggerate.
Nah, I know you.
Delivering pieces and shit.
I'm serious.
You know, like Secretary of State. Hold on. I'm delivering pizza. Hold on. You can't deliver. No, if you see me delivering a pizza, unfollow me. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things you just can't do. You gotta be on. You have to be on a certain level to be talking a certain stuff. You know what I mean? That means if you still delivering pizza, it's something that you're missing. You can't talk to me about nation building and stuff like that. You don't have money to. You know what I'm saying? So, or you don't know how to independently operate. That tells me. So you ain't accomplished that yet. So, but you don't know that until you go through and start working with people and stuff like that. You're able to identify from afar. I never met these people. I'm able to put two and two from far. And like I said, I do know they have their intent was good, but they just can't manage the situation, and they're actually not delivering services as far as, like they selling IDs. I bought an ID like 3 years ago. I've never seen it before. You know what I'm saying? So it's things that it was because of them I learned about the NAT code. So that's what I learned from them. I'll give them that. Well, I just showed y'all that. I got that.
Yeah,
I learned that from them.
I got a NAT code from my house where I'm at.
Outside the NAT code, I don't know what the fuck they over there doing. And anybody can get a NAT code from anywhere. They don't even. That's not them. That's anybody can Google NAT code generator. It's like I don't know, bro. They need to like stop. You know what I'm saying?
So how am I? So
don't send them no money.
No. I have not done that. They say they don't even accept it because of my name. But
and then they got discrimination.
Forward, what's the updated process to get the international ID, the driver's license, those information, those things you were just mentioned, like not even 5 minutes ago?
That's through the Foreign Travel Administration. You will never see an ID from them people. That's from the Foreign Travel Administration. If you want, well, I posted information in the network. Call the number.
Okay.
And there's a short free consultation on before you obtain the international driver's license, international driving permits. We haven't been standing on this yet because there's a lot of other things going on, but there will be a requirement to still take the American National Prep course to complete an online driving test, and then you qualify to get an international driver's license and the international driving permits. If you buy, you will receive them. You actually will receive the product. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't affiliate myself with organizations and individuals that don't deliver, at all. Mm-hmm. I don't know nobody that ever received it. And then they be talking about deporting people when you get mad at them. Where you deporting to, B? Huh?
Okay, so I have a question. When I call the number for that free, the number for the short free consultation, is that the same one? And I hit one for the business?
888-597-8825. I think for the National Foreign Travel Administration, extension 105.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna let somebody get some more questions. I'm gonna listen in. I appreciate you. I ain't going nowhere.
Oh, good.
I just got that yearly membership, and I'm ready to make it work.
Oh, gee. Now, if y'all trying to get them IDs, I recommend getting them now for the Christmas special. It's both of them for $300 because they will be going back to $250 a pop. Because while that gives us room to continue to organize and reorganize and to build a platform that we're trying to build to ever last or whatever. This ain't no quick shit just to get no. So we're trying to really put a halt on. But whoever requests the IDs and needs the IDs, we have them available. You know what I'm saying?
Are y'all taking money on the last day of the month?
Yeah. Yeah,
because it's New Year's Eve, but I get paid, last day of the month. I'm trying to.
Oh, I don't give a shit what day it is. This is the thing. Is now the special. This particular special right now, everything is on special from trust packages, everything. This the Christmas. This is how we entertain the Christmas for y'all. We just basically giving this shit away. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you can't make the payment up until then, like. Anybody on here that's ever dealt with me, they know I talk shit about, I'm gonna be like, yeah, you motherfuckers gotta pay. But I'm lean as hell when it comes to pricing. If you get me on the phone, I'm like, all right, man, just You know what I'm saying? You get, you know what I'm saying, anybody on the phone, like, we want you guys to be able to obtain these things and whatever like that. But we can't act like it's like so easy to obtain at the same time to the public. You know what I'm saying? Because the same motherfuckers just want IDs, they just want to run and do what the fuck they want to do and slap their shit on there.
I ain't got time.
Heard from them again. So that's why we had to make sure it was a system in place so when you could scan that motherfucker, it go to a database that show that if it's valid or suspended. Yeah, we suspending nigga shits. They do some dumb shit. You know, it's like protocol. Motherfuckers can't be doing dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, we gotta. Those are the foundational pieces that an organization is a respectable organization is supposed to have. That many people out here that I've seen that's giving these whack ass IDs. First of all, the IDs are bogus as hell. I just seen some of the worst IDs in the fucking history, especially in that secure party creditor group. Like, stop the fucking madness. Stop the fucking madness. Like, take your time. Learn, like, like, nobody's going to respect those IDs at all. At all.
Man, I'll be like, wait a minute. Look, I'm going to say something, though, bro.
I appreciate
you. Saw this or not, but this off the subject a little bit, but I saw a post. When I say, and when I say it, people who probably saw it too, they're gonna know what I'm talking about. But when I say paperwork, this person may be 6'2", maybe 6'2", but have paperwork literally stacked up to the height of himself, and then a little bit another stack on the side. Who in their right mind? Who in their right mind? that much time to have that much paperwork, like 6 foot tall, like at 2, like that of paperwork, documents, like literally, like who got that much time to do that? Like really?
Correctly, do it correctly. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but man, I was like, oh my God.
And
what are you doing? What do you do in your day? Like, what do you do? What are you doing?
Man, knowledge is power, sis. You already know. The information will. I didn't see people turn crazy over this information. Like they get like into a whole nother. We try to pull you out of one matrix, you get stuck in a whole nother matrix. Like, bruh, stop, bruh, stop. Leave it alone. It's not bro.
Right.
No. You know, but we got to keep each other on point.
I'm there with you. Yeah.
Can I say this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Any member of the secure party creditor group, can we please start helping managing the bullshit going on in there? I'm retired from that damn group. Go back 3 years on the timeline. You see all the fucking work I was putting in on that shit, and it's still the same bullshit. There's a whole bunch of new motherfuckers now. It's like, stop letting people put out anything and y'all, oh shit, yay. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
I'm like, man, I go in there, what I do is I'll dumb myself down, I ask questions. I'll be like, oh, so what did you do? You know, what did you do to do this?
It's good though. It's a lot of people. It's good to be able to see concepts and stuff like that, to sharpen up your knowledge on stuff. But when it comes to like people just putting out anything, we do. When we get to a certain point of understanding, I feel like it's our responsibility. Like, I inbox a motherfucker quick, like, bro, no, that's you, bro. Come on now, like that stuff makes it. That stuff gets our shit flagged, the real shit flagged before we even get done. You know what I'm saying? Like, perfected. Like, come on, that's why I got to be careful what I put out, how I put it out, because you got people that don't care about doing things in a correct, productive, professional, and respectable fashion. They just trying to hurry up and run to do it. Because most people want to skip all the baby steps that we bringing everybody through, which are the foundational pieces. Trust, believe. Half of these people do not want to do those steps, and they want to just run and jump and they want plates, IDs, and a bond. Let me just get that.
And discharge.
Everybody want this, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, come on, now, you think we didn't want to discharge too?
Right. But you had to get to a place first. And I'm like, and I tell them in there, hey, because I just dropped knowledge, hey, this is what I did, but I showed proof. But I got this to back it. I've done this, but I've done this. I've done this, and I did this, and I've done this, and I show, hey, I did this. I mean, but sometimes, so for me, sometimes now it's like, it's really like nerve wracking sometimes, because it's like, you got some people, they come in and they be so mean, you know. I'm not a mean girl. I'm not a person, you know. I'm not her anymore, you know, for as, oh, you don't talk to me that way, you know. I'm not that no more, you know. But there's guys, they come in and they so arrogant, but it's so funny because they come in and they talk trash, but yet they have not did anything.
But they don't show you nothing. They don't show you no evidence of anything they've actually done.
Some
people
in there are bold-faced lying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. They liars. They lying. Like they have done so much and they have not. And they tell you, do this, do this, do that, do this, do this. And I'm like, well, did you
done anything?
Most important thing that you got to understand.
You know, and they be like, well, no, I haven't did it yet.
Yeah, it's people that understand that it's a lot of money in ignorance. So they know that they can throw some shit out there and get somebody to cash out them some money.
Yeah,
do it. That's a big industry right now within the industry.
Sis.
Yeah. Hey, mama.
Hey.
Yeah. Motherfuckers will stop sending money to a so-called motherfucker that just sends some shit out that look good. You know what I'm saying? It look good, it sound good, but they trying to play that private role with you. Oh, I'm private. So that mean they ain't a real Facebook page. You'll never see their face, and then when you send them the money, you can't contact the motherfucker.
They ain't did nothing. They haven't did anything at all.
Nigga, what's your website? What's your phone number? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Like, where's their track record? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, I don't trust nobody. I can't see their fucking face. You know what I'm saying? That's trying to, like, you should be able to identify what they look like. I'm sorry. You should be able to see something, their lifestyle in some way, form, or fashion.
Yeah.
Like, how are you in your world? You know what I'm saying? In your world.
Right. And how is it working for you, for real? Like, I mean, how is it working for you? How is you living? How you living? How is it really working for you?
That's the easy way.
Overnight gurus. They're overnight gurus.
Mm-hmm. You ain't lying. Claiming titles they put in no damn work yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't know.
They're getting people jammed up too. That's really bad.
Yeah, because it's not in their interest for that. It's like I don't know what the fuck. You know, like I said, I don't want y'all already know how something that could work today for us, it can change tomorrow because
that's why every day you gotta stay on it.
If we put out the wrong fucking video, it's like saying the wrong shit in the wrong time. We gonna get a flood. Like remember when everybody was telling everybody to use their social security numbers to discharge their debt. And that shit hit like tens of millions of people all across the world. That's why we talking about. We got so many people talking about this right now because of that shit. They're like, oh shit! Everybody thought they was made and paid, boy. I was sitting up there looking, like, boy. Look. Everything's already paid for, bro. Everything's already paid for. Boy. Oh, man. There's loopholes, and I'm into finding them. But you know what I'm saying? But it's not that sweet. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
That's the way it's in the tax game. I mean, you know, I've been 16 years next month that I've been doing tax. And that, you know, it's just,
tell them about how to get they are you offering that service to the people, sir?
Hey, what? I can't hear you. What happened, bro?
Tell them how to, it's tax season coming up. Tell everybody how to contact you for services and stuff.
Oh yeah, you can. I have a Facebook page. I have TK Tax and Financial Services, but I'm Princess Jadiet on Facebook. But I have my website. I put it right here for you guys. I put it in.
You need a tax person. You need a CPA on deck. That's your life partner. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're gonna be
on the 709s.
Yeah, I do 709, 706, 1041s, 1040s.
I thought we were going to talk about
I have a power stick business. I have an auto dealership. I do trade lines. I do credit repair. I do some of everything. Like I said, I've been an entrepreneur for 15 years, be 16 years next month. I've only worked for myself.
Are the 709s public or private?
I can do them on my software, so it could be public or private. It depends on how you're trying to do it. And first of all, for me, I'm not messing with it unless you are in your proper status.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not, because see, they come after me.
Yeah.
I get fined. Yeah. So I'm not being fined for
looking
nobody.
Well, the reason I asked is because I was looking at the IRS publication 6209, and when you look at the W-2s, the W-4s, and all of those 1099s, it clearly shows that if you get a W-2, you can use the 9 because they're both class 5. So
right.
my thing is just trying to make sure someone could do it for me, because I don't know how to do it, but I want to. I have a group here in that's in Detroit. I'm in Ypsi, but there's a group here in Detroit. We would love to find someone to do it, and then if we're able to do it with that, that liability, that's $340K. I mean, everybody should be getting something back, and then
but
we
you have
could
to
work from there.
understand too. Yeah, that's fine, but people have to understand too. Oh, I don't mind, but being in the capacity of that color again. There's a lot of things that Black and African American cannot do. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to fix that status on that side. So that's why I make it specifically clear that you have to get out of that race. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why they able to drag people in court, to drag them down through there. Say you owe them this, you owe them that, but because you have no standing in the court of law. Period.
Okay, so I'm a relatively new member to the Hellraiser group. So for what you're speaking of status, Brother Hellraiser, could you help me out? I want to make sure I understand what you said.
Explain, bro.
My status is right.
Well, it goes back
to the sister could explain that. Either one. I'm new, so I'm trying to get all this together.
In relation to what you're doing with the 709, you're trying to do it in conjunction with your trust or your corporation?
Well, I do have a trust, but I also know that you're able to use it with just the W-2, which is the regular name that they're using at the corporation, just by using the IRS publication. So I'm just trying to make sure. I mean, I would prefer to use it private.
I'll say this.
That would better use it. That's, from what I understand, is the best way to use it.
When you're going private, especially dealing with taxes, the W-2 falls from your vocabulary. We don't do W-2, nothing. It's all 1099 all across the board. And when we get into the next pieces of this series, into the 1099 portion, I'm gonna definitely make that clear again. These are not processes that I recommend doing if you guys are still filing W-2s. It could be a lot room for liability personally.
So you're saying that it could be a liability even though the publication says they can 1099s and the W-2s can be used?
I don't care what they saying. You know what I'm saying? It's too much room because the W-2 contract. Okay. The W-2 contract classifies you as an employee, right? In the individual capacity, right? So even though you're not working for the government, you still are considered classified as a government employee by way of the W-2 contract and a U.S. citizen, right? So only way to be past that is to eliminate that type of liability is to go in as a 1099 independent contractor. And when you correct your status, that's not saying you got to quit your job. That's saying either go into the even though it can be hard though. When you go into the contract of employment,
I can change my status with them.
Don't
be a contractor.
You're not supposed to be. You're not doing business with them. Your corporation is supposed to be doing business, or your trust is supposed to be doing business with them. So when you get when you establish that trust or that LLC, whatever vehicle you choose to operate in commerce and contract with other contractors within the United States, and you have that corporate bank account or that trust bank account, Now you're gonna make sure that that corporation pays you as an independent contractor to that bank account. You see what I mean? So now you're not a part of that. Remember, the whole point of everything is to separate ourselves from like we're just managing the situation.
Right, and then you file 1041 as being the fiduciary for that trust, and you get paid for taking care of that trust.
Mm-hmm. The trust, I recommend the trust being used on most things, especially dealing with tax things, because now we could purchase a life insurance policy. First off, you're funding the trust by making yourself a 1099 independent contractor with the corporation you work for. So now you turn your employer into a goddamn vendor, basically. You see what I mean? So now they're funding your trust because they're paying your trust and not your personal bank account. You see what I mean? So now you have the insurance policy that you grant ownership over into the trust. So now the trust, so you create different funding funnels for your trust by way of contract. So take yourself out the front position, you taking the back seat. But
so what if I were to go back to the HR, say, hey, look, this is my trust, and I want to contract in this nature, in order to fix that to get. You can
try, but no, you already gave them the slave. You know what I'm saying? So just know there's the possibility of that being attached to that. They like keeping shit on record and attaching. Right. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be careful with that. So just like a lot of the rules, even operating with CPN numbers. Same thing with the EIN. If we obtain the EIN numbers for tax purposes, which is the whole purpose of the EIN, is the whole objective is to keep that separate away from the straw man identification, which is the Social Security number, to avoid them from merging it. You see what I mean? So, but you can try. You can see. That's something I can't guarantee. I'm all about prevention. You see what I mean?
Right.
So
that's where the EINs come from.
So I done jacked that up for right now. So my question is, if you can, what might be a way where I can correct my status? And again, I'm a new member, so I'm trying to figure all this out so that I can see the system for tax season. I want to get on the right path. So, but
let me say this. Let's not get caught into the words. Like, you know what? There's so many people that have fucked up the whole status shit. Status, discharge, blah, blah, blah. Oh, just let's think in the aspects of business. You see what I mean? Okay. And you have two different areas of capacity. You have your individual capacity, which you're liable personally.
Right.
I mean, and then, but your objective is the form of status correction that we need to focus on, that we could take straight to the bank, is the creation. Because we go back into God's will. You know what I'm saying? You recreate. So we're creating another vehicle, an entity to operate in public. Right. So your status correction, you creating these entities to come back and do business.
Do commerce for me.
Like Hustler, here go my trust, here go my bid, here go my bookkeeping from the year, here go blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. She gonna put you on look at, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? All good. All she wanna do is make sure your shit not personally tied to that shit to backfire on you and her.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's it. Your status is correct in relation to that entity because you're not tied to it. It is correct.
Then y'all start using your EIN number. Start using your EIN number. That's why you got the EIN for the corporation.
Y'all supposed to be
using the EIN number. Stop using the social. Use the EIN number.
Well, again, I totally understand that now. However,
Oh, no, I'm just speaking in general, brother. I'm not talking to you, just you. I say y'all. I'm just speaking in general, just talking to the whole group.
No, I understand it.
Yes,
Look,
yes,
there's no love lost here. I'm trying to take it all in, and as little as possible, use that social. I don't want to use nothing with the social possible.
If you have to contract, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, look, it's unrealistic for me to be like, you know what I'm saying? Don't use social ever again, like. That's like me telling you,
I don't mean that either.
Cut up all your credit cards.
No, I'm not.
Right.
You need to go nomad. We don't feed them no more. We ain't going to work. Now we did a national day. Look,
Yeah.
look,
No.
people talking all that shit. We can break their ass, but everybody got to do it. If
Hey.
everybody say,
Right.
at this last day of Christmas, last day of the year, we coming to 22. Everybody staying home. I guarantee you starts to get some change.
Right, right.
My
Now, don't get me
credit's so
wrong. Now,
bad.
I do taxes now because I have clients who they don't believe in change. They don't believe what I tell them to be true. So and this is my thing. People can say what they want to say. This is my business and my livelihood. So if I can't teach them anything and they don't like change, don't like to know the truth, and they want to stay in that capacity and they want to be like that, hey, I will file it how you want it filed when it comes to that, because that's how they teach it to be filed in the first place. The reason why I'm talking to you like that is because we know the truth. So when we know the truth, then guess what? Then they're gonna pull it, bring it up. So if you're not in your proper capacity as you should be, but I am, of course they're gonna come to me. But if they come to me and you are in your proper capacity, there's nothing that they can do to us on that side. But if I am and you're not, they can drag you and still try to get me to at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I'm gonna keep sending them posts to Brother Hellraiser so I can figure this out.
Yeah, so, but if regular people, they just want to file their taxes or whatever, hey,
no,
I'm
not trying to do that.
I do it all day, every day. I mean,
since I found out about the 709, I haven't filed.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Everybody's journey, it don't matter if we use the same paperwork. Yeah. Everybody's journey is going to be slightly different because everybody's circumstance is different.
Right.
So that's why it's like everything is on a case by case basis. Like if somebody hit me up and call me one-on-one, I'm trying to figure out what is your objective, what are you trying to do, and what is the position that you're sitting in right now. You see what I mean? Okay, you working a job? Okay, cool, no problem. I feel like if I can show you ways that you can leverage in the position you're in to get you to the position that you claim you want to be at, if you follow certain instructions, then the person will become a believer based on the experience that from the past I'm giving the walk based on the position they're in. Don't change nothing you're doing. Go to work tomorrow. You know
definitely. I understand that.
But stop having them pay your personal account. Update HR, give you your account
Mm-hmm.
number. So now, quit working. You got to know the first 3 months you working for free because of the tax. So if you just transfer and get them the account number for your business or your trust, so they pay the business or the trust. Now we can leverage those funds as business receivables. So now we can leverage that to get lines of credit for your corporation or your trust. You see what I mean? We just making sure they feed you. You tell them how you doing business with to feed that, and you feed your credit. Build your network. Your network. Build, and everything is somehow in trust, right? And God we trust. So build a network of people you trust, so y'all can transact together to help funnel revenue and capital through each other's business accounts, trusts, and stuff like that. I'm not saying do money laundering, but what I'm saying is leverage individuals that you have that you can trust. You know, you can't just drop $5,000 anybody account, spend and give it back to you. You know what I'm saying? So be cautious.
Right.
But ultimately, like I say, money makes money. So if you can, it's not about making more money. Use the same money and keep on recycling through the same thing so it can reflect black words on white paper. That's all they want to see. Right. Black words on white paper.
So if you say you made $100,000, if you send in your son or me or hypothetically, bro, you know, you sending him $1,000 and okay, then he wait 2 weeks, he send you $1,000 back. You send him $5,000 in 2 weeks. He send you for a service. For a service, you know what I'm saying? For a service provided.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for a service provided.
It's on the invoice. It's on the invoice.
Right. The service is provided. So it's on the invoice. It's through a merchant account. So now you have proof that this is how much money I made.
Say that N word again. Merchant account.
Merchant account. Right.
Not cash app.
Not cash app. No.
Now I get PayPal account. Okay. At least have a business PayPal account. Even though PayPal is full of shit. I'll tell you that. PayPal is full of shit.
Merchant account.
They will lock your shit up. You start bringing too much money in that account. They'll lock your shit without explanation because they're a private organization.
That's why you have a business bank account, and that's why you have a merchant account.
Okay.
So that way you can transfer commercial paper back and forth for services.
Don't get comfortable.
And then now you building up your profile for your business, and now you can say your business make this much money.
Okay.
And you can get business credit. That's business 101. Okay. I started business and organization too. I do
Now
that
you
too.
fouling.
Princess, what's your information though as far as the tax season coming up? This Pixel 3.8.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good, family.
Good. I put it in the I put it right there. Hold on.
Where did you put it at?
Put it in the group,
in the
chat.
In the chat.
I got to get to I'll put in there too. Wait, sis, did you put it? Did you make sure it wasn't private? Was it?
I don't think so.
I got Robert Jarvis. I see you had your hand up earlier.
Okay, that's my business.
Yo, Robert, you still there?
Put it in the chat.
Yo.
What's up, bro? I see you had your hand up earlier.
What's up? I was going over some things about the car. The car I was you had really answered everything I had wanted to know about the car.
Okay.
Because I just bought a little car from somebody, and I was trying to transfer it into the trust and stuff like that.
Okay.
I went to the where we go at? We went to AAA to try to register the car and stuff like that. They was telling us that they couldn't register to a trust. I worked with this CPA. He told me to I'm in Pennsylvania. He told me to talk to the Department of Motor Vehicles and stuff like that to see what I had to do. But I was thinking about filing a UCC3 on it and going about putting a lien on the car or something like that.
Well, that's that's something you do anyway. But why didn't you just go to the DMV?
The DMV, the local DMV is different out here than they told me to go to the one in Harrisburg. I'm in Scranton right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go to the DMV. You can't put it in the trust or corporation or a business trust.
Yeah, I put it in a trust that when I got it notarized, I actually just transferred it over to the trust. Yeah, that you made us.
Okay, so you did get that trust, right? Now I forgot what you didn't get a business trust. You got I think you got a revocable.
You gave me the foreign EIN number, the LLC, and you were supposed to do the DBA, but you said you was going to set up a business trust for me.
Nah, yeah, we had to go on the business trust route because there was bullshit with the DBA because they was fucking. They didn't basically like the name you was using. So yeah, bro. That's I don't know if you seen earlier. Your DBA paper was actually on my screen. That's how I don't close nothing out until I'm done with it. That stuff, bro. That stuff gave me headache. You know what I'm saying? Bro, never again. You was the last DBA I've done. I cut that shit out. It's stupid. Stupid. It was stupid. It's like they didn't like his name he was using because bro was on some other shit with his shit. I know
people don't like me. They don't like me out here. I'm ready to get up out of here in Pennsylvania, but they don't like me out here. What the car situation on?
Yeah, go in and do the registration straight through the trust. And if you have any, like I say, you shouldn't have any issues. If they try to say, "Oh, we only do businesses," just let me know. I'll convert it over to a business. We'll do it like that.
Sometimes you can do it online. Try to see if they got the online one. You can do it online. You got to go into the place. Some places, some states or cities where you can just go and do it online and just register it online.
Yeah, anytime we can avoid a human being, that's always great.
Yeah, and just do it online. A lot of times you can just do it online. Just go try to do it online if you can.
Okay.
Hey, we was about 90 deep today. It's my pleasure to get his time and energy. A special thanks to my sis, God sis,
Real quick.
Princess J. I had to get up out of here and get something to eat. And, so,
Everybody.
this is part one. This is part one of the series. So, like I said, those who want that copy, reserve this copy, and we're gonna move forward. Part two coming
For having me. Thanks for having me. Nice to meet everybody. I hope you guys learned a lot from me.
Thank you.
When
Appreciate that.
is part two?
Part two would be like second week of January, third week of January. I'll let y'all know.
So you're gonna do them a month apart?
Well, I typically do one conference a month. I don't know. I just, you know what? I'm not the camera guy. I don't really like it. I don't really like it. Takes a lot of energy for me to do these things. And but I'm trying to be realistic while I be realistically consistent with at least if I'm consistent. But for one, y'all got a lot of work to do from what we just talked about part one.
True.
So I'm gonna give y'all some time. I'm gonna give y'all at least to everybody got to know how they second week of January. The end of second week we gonna come back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna set the date. I'm gonna set the date before we end the year.
Yeah, some of these forms are due February 15th, so just saying.
What kind of forms?
1099.
You know, you can always do a one-on-one with me. You know what I'm saying? That I'm talking about.
Get information, the one-on-one.
Hmm?
Do the one-on-one.
Anybody that ever had one-on-ones with me, whoever has, y'all please speak. I don't hold back information. So
Nah, he's very good with it.
nah, I mean,
I just had one about 4 or 5 days ago.
It's all about just a book.
Yeah, so like I said, if you have an emergency or something at a time you can't wait, you can always